Hello, everyone, and welcome to Gamersledge. I'm one of your hosts, Mark, and I will turn it over to our DM, John. Hi, John.
Hey! Yeah, thank you, Mark. It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
It's been a Stone Age, and I now have a working computer, so hooray!
Hooray! We're all excited about that, and sorry for Mark's troubles. Hey, last time we were together, you had just saved the town of Zucchini, and I put that into the chat to remind you guys. And so we had pretty much broke after the battle. You had talked to some people, and you guys had decided to go ahead and spend the night there. And but before we get to business, I do want to go ahead and say hello to Chris.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be back.
And say hello to Daniel.
Hey, everybody, how's it going?
And I'll turn it back over to the party and get your kind of thoughts and questions or lingering whatevers.
Well, after Chris very wrongfully liberated this town, I know when we left off, he was pounding steel, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so.
That is absolutely true.
And the conundrum that we were facing was, or the moral implication was, if I remember correctly, and Daniel, correct me if I'm wrong, Dad, because your thing says Dad. That's pretty funny. Chris, if I remember correctly, you had mentioned that you're not supposed to necessarily
Let people know you're out there?
well, that and help people, but at the same time, if you don't help them, they're gonna die.
I think he can help them, he just can't get... She can help them, she just can't get notoriety.
Right, which is already a thing that's happening.
And it's not that I can't get notoriety, it's that it's dangerous to get notoriety.
Oh, okay.
Because notoriety brings attention from, like, the other people of power in the world. And there have been several of people in our order that when they get too famous, you know, the government or whatever would just bear down so hard that they would get in prison for, like, the rest of their life. You know, they'd get captured and...
Okay, so this is not a moral implication, it's a preservation implication.
Correct. But I also... and I'm also not supposed to... I'm not supposed to serve in a military. You know, just...
What about leading a military?
That's a gray area.
Okay. I think we can work in the gray areas, maybe.
You know, it's like if I'm not actually in the military, but I'm just going alongside of them, is that okay? I don't know.
What if you are, say, a figurehead of military? What if you are on all posters?
Yeah, I mean, that's... You know, while she might object to that, I mean, there's also not really something she could do to stop it either.
I mean, your legend is kind of already out of your control already, so I'm not sure about that side of it. But yeah, I just want to make sure
we
there
could
wasn't
play it off as, I mean, that's part of, you know, I mean, she's gaining notoriety, and as figurehead, she's going to probably be public enemy number one for the government. You know, I mean, that would be stepping into that dangerous territory like we were talking about before.
Yeah. The other things that's kind of interesting to talk about is nobody's sure I mean, it didn't happen all at once. I wanted to clear up. It's not like you walked into town and were suddenly taller. That didn't happen. It just kind of after the battle or some point around seeing the village, people started thinking, you seem a little bigger than you used to be.
Wait, did you just say we saw the village people?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm confused. Then where are they?
The
Were they
village,
kidnapped?
They're at the
He was-
YMCA.
The village people.
Yeah,
he was making a joke about a band.
Oh.
But yes,
appreciate
you
playing-
do
yeah.
see people in the village, to be clear.
Yes. So, okay, so that I hated to ask that out of character, but you had said it out of character, and I was worried that that there was something going on that would actually like hurt you or hurt your ability to be who you are. But
So
That
the
you
worst,
were a paladin who just lost your paladin powers.
right, exactly. That's what we didn't want to happen.
and that's the thing that I think is probably going to have to be in John's hands. And it does say that if I try
I am
and
complete.
create like my magical weapons for a military, like serving a military as their armorer, I will lose I won't be able to craft for them. Like,
Okay.
my powers will be-
So one, you haven't created any magical weapons for anybody.
I have not.
Except for
you
the
ha-
hammers.
and
But those aren't considered my special magic. Those are just
those are
like lesser magic things.
right.
those are like
So-
hashtag 98% magic, not the hashtag 1%
Well,
magic.
I mean, giving somebody that hammer for a blacksmith is not making weapons.
But if that blacksmith uses that hammer as a weapon,
well, I mean that's yeah. I mean we're getting into
So-
pedantics and whatever, but this is also the first time you have wholesale made weapons for anybody.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
prior to this, you were fixing things, making farm implements, making the hammers, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is kind of a philosophical discussion we're having in a way, because these town people are not part of a military. However, they are fighting against a military, and so if you arm them, does that make them a military, or does it make them resistance fighters? Do gods care? That's kind of where I'm trying to suss out what we know or what we would not know exactly.
Part of how I'm looking at it is, Svarog came to Sveta and said and called upon her that she's needed because, the Ukraine's going to be going through a period of strife and they need a defender.
Mm-hmm.
So like, as far as Sveta is looking at it, she thinks, the people are in a period of strife now because of the overlords weighing down on them. So it's her duty to help equal the playing field there a little bit.
See, because this informs what I want to say in character, which is the only reason I'm trying to drill down so far on this out of character. I did say in character at the end of the last session that if you did not create magical weapons for these people, they were going to die.
Yeah.
Because all the warlords will have MDC armor,
Yeah.
and if we make them normal stuff, it'll be SDC, and they'll just get slaughtered. Like,
Well, let me clear up. He did make MDC weapons,
I know,
but
I
they
know.
are not magical.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's why I chose to make the MDC weapons, is because, again,
Okay.
her goal is to even the odds.
I thought if you made MDC, it was magical.
No, MDC is not magical.
Oh, okay, great. then
Magical is like making flaming swords that are always on fire, and one thing I can make is like a sword that shoots lasers, and like
I pull out my swords and hand them to you. I'm just kidding. No,
but remember, I'm making magical things come at a cost where I get gimped for a period.
I'm not seeing a problem here.
So yeah.
Just kidding. Okay, that answers the question. All right, so you're making MDC weapons. I guess I'd be like, what can I do to help you?
Take these that I've made and disperse them among the people.
Feed me this sandwich as I work.
That's funny.
Fan me with these palm fronds.
I'm suddenly seeing a montage of Z-Teach feeding her, me distributing swords, her banging on the thing, Z-Teach wiping her brow, the elders gathered around, the people practicing on dummies. End montage, fade to John.
So as far as her making enough swords and there's also body armor on the bodies left all over the field. So amongst all of that, everybody's got some kind of armor, everybody's got a sword, and you came to the village in the morning. So as fast as Sveta is, in a day, you have the swords made. And your montage, 2 days later, you've kind of taught them a few basics of how to swing a sword. And you've accomplished those basics unless there's something else you want to do.
Did Z-Teach take those classes too?
Mm-mm.
No?
Mm-mm. He did not.
Did Z-Teach want to take those classes?
I mean, perhaps. It's all learning.
Because I probably would encourage you to take at least some, because you're not very familiar with the sword, right?
Correct. He also has no intention of being up close and personal with anyone.
Well, no one intends to be up close and personal sometimes. But if you are, then it might be at least advantageous to know how to parry so you can get away from them.
I suppose so.
So, yeah, so that's, I mean, as long as they're coming along, then were we not on the way to somewhere else during this?
You're going back to your camp.
Oh, okay.
Right. To the
Cossack host.
Thank you. Back to the Cossack host. And
stop here on the way.
How far what?
How far are we from the Cossack host? Because I remember we were like halfway there.
Partially. You're still in the mountain. This is a mountain village. So you're still in the mountains. On day, you built swords for a day. You montaged for 2 days. So on the second day, you saw weather roll in and it started to mist. On day 3, it's started to rain, and towards evening started to sleet. Just, a detail from the montage. And So unless you want to do something else, you're going to wake up on the morning of day 4.
So that night, we should consult with Mikola, the town leader, and at least try and discuss ways that they can fortify the town against the warlords, because he's surely going to send more guys.
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't, when you bring that topic up, he doesn't seem worried. And he says, you know, they have weapons. Many of the warriors have armor, and they're not afraid.
Do we want to make it clear to them that Sveta's not going to come save them again?
Good luck with that. They seem to believe that she was there to protect them and that she arrived by faith. I've recently learned from my time here, faith is not something easily thrown away.
Before we leave, I'll tell them that, you know, these weapons I give to them, you know, so that they can defend themselves, because I have to go and liberate cities elsewhere.
They cheer.
So that way they kind of at least get it from my mouth that, like, I'm probably not coming back anytime soon.
Yep. When you say, as soon as you say that, they raise their swords in the air and cheer.
All right.
All right.
And they all start alternately chanting Kuznya, Kuznya, and also chanting freedom for Ukraine.
All right, then. I think we should go. If that's
So, do you see the map of the village?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in the upper left, there's like a circle of wagon and tents?
right here, right up here.
Yes, exactly
Yes.
so. So there's some people up there that have kind of stayed a little to themselves. All of the wagons, you see this flag displayed. And why don't you guys roll a appropriately smarts or history or culture or whatever you have that's close to that.
I think this is probably the closest I have.
Okay, that's a success. I'll see what everybody else gets here first.
Yeah, I think common knowledge is probably the best.
Code for let's see if anyone else beats you, because that's a fairly low roll.
Would you prefer smarts or common knowledge, John?
You decide.
Smarts is an option? I would have just rolled that.
Right, like smarts is like higher.
All right, Sveta, for whatever reason,
Is smart.
You instantly recognize this, and this is a Romany flag. The people around the wagons kind of look like this.
Is that one on the left, Luke Wilson?
Wow.
So it's considered a derogatory term, but I'll use it just so we all know what I'm talking about. These people are gypsies.
Give me your tears, gypsy.
Travelers.
Travelers, yeah, they consider that a derogatory term. They use the term Romany. and they are here in the village, but you can see that they have somewhat isolated themselves to their own part of the village. And until you notice on the fourth day, whatever triggered that, not sure. You finally, I guess, just dawned on you guys. Hey, those people over there near the wagons, and oh, by the way, you see the villagers with Ukrainian flags with the black and red flag, but these people seem to have their own flag.
I will. What would I know of Romani? I mean,
Ah,
they'd kind of be somewhat kindred spirits to the Cossacks,
yes,
would they not?
to a certain extent, yes, both nomadic, both, got the free thing going on. So yes, there is kind of a bit there. Um, there are harsh, there is the bit of the stereotype of thieves and witches and all of that. Um, that kind of does go with them, but there also is, again, you probably have heard all the stories about Romany mystics and medicine women and such as that. And of course, you've also heard stories of Romany dancers and their shows, um, and you at least, Mark, have probably heard stories about being, watching one of their shows and losing your soul or at least losing your wallet, and so entranced are you in the show. Now, are those rumors? Are they real? You're meeting them for the first time. Who's to know?
Would they have any interest in the liberation of Ukraine, or are they just interested in their own things? Are they just like a true neutral?
Um,
You,
they
prob-
haven't tried to get any swords. They're hanging out in their own thing.
Hmm.
Um, they, you know, do they consider themselves Ukrainian? They live in Ukraine, but they're Romani.
Hmm.
what language do they speak? Ukrainian, or they
Um,
what's?
yeah, I mean, they've grown up in here. All of these, so yeah, they're going to speak Russian, Ukrainian, and their own Romani language.
Okay. Well, Um, I will walk up the path that is there to the south, um, with my helmet off or retracted, and I will ask if any of their number. I will say, was any of your number wounded in the attack?
And you actually see these three with the children, and they answer you um, politely. No, we are fine. We were not part of the battle.
There will be more battles here. Do you need weapons?
Maybe we will leave. We're fine. Thank you, though. A woman, an older woman, and I don't have a picture of her, so I'll describe. But she looks like she's 500 years old or something, and she's got a red skirt and a green uh, sweater hoodie thing, and she's walking with a cane, but it's a tall cane. It's as tall as she is, and about where you would expect a cane to kind of hook. There's a bend in the stick, and that's where she's leveraging herself to stand up. And she walks up to you, and in Japanese, well, she bows to you, a polite bow, not a deep Japanese bow, but a bow. And then in Japanese, she says to you, um, um, "Thank you for visiting us, noble warrior."
I am visibly taken aback, and then I will bow deeper than her, and I will respond in Japanese. Honored mother, it is a blessing to be seen by you.
She says, "I thank you for what you and your companions have done, and I made this days and days ago. I knew you would come, and I've made this for you. You need it on your journey to come." And she, in her outstretched hand, is a beaded necklace. It's um, some kind of silverish metal, and it's beads smaller than a bead than marbles. And at the they get slightly larger, and then at the very bottom is a silverish metal ball, and with tiny, tiny little holes in it, and um, um, right at that spot, and it's about the size of a golf ball. And she hands this to you.
I will take it and bow again to her, and I will say, "My name is Orist. What is your name, honored mother?"
And she says, I should have thought of that. um, her name is Galina. Galyna. She tells you, "You must wear this
I
for your
will.
journey. It is important."
I will put it on.
Okay. Inside or outside the armor?
Um.
It'll fit under the padding inside the armor.
Yeah,
Um,
probably inside the armor.
roll a notice roll for me.
My shoes. Where's notice? Oh, that's a success.
So so as you're putting the thing over your head to put it on, when the golf ball sized bead goes past your nose, you smell that it has some kind of herbish kind of smell to it.
Can I identify what it is?
You didn't recognize it with that roll, no. But it just smells kind of some kind of herby kind of smell. A little bitter, um, but mostly just leafy, herby kind of is all that hits your brain.
Um, I'm trying to think if I have anything in my possession. Give me 1 second.
Try
Oh, go ahead.
not you, sorry.
Um, I don't have. I don't have anything that I can give her in exchange. I will I will show her that I've put it on. And
When she's, oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I'll show her that I've put it on, and basically I will say I do not have anything in my possession that I can repay your kindness. So I instead owe you a debt.
She just nods and she says, "It's good that you wear that. Remember, you need that for your journey." And she, bows and turns around and starts to walk away.
I have so many questions, but I will save those for another day. I will ask the trio that's standing here in front of me. Is Galina your mother? In Ukraine?
They actually laugh and look at each other, kind of like, "Did he just say that?"
Mm-hmm.
And they look back at you, and she said, "Yes, of course. She's everybody's mother."
Do you know where she had learned to speak Japanese?
Mothers always speak the language of their son.
He didn't like that answer. Just saying. Stop. Stop. He's gonna take that answer, and then he'll just like turn and walk away from the group. And he'll head back towards Sveta and Z-Teach. And I will actually ask Z-Teach when we are not in direct line of sight of the Romani people's camp,
Right?
to inspect the necklace and see if he can notice anything unusual about it.
Okay. What do you want to do, Z-Teach?
I assume that since I'm the one he's asking, that he wants me to see if there's any magical stuff attached to it. So I'm going to turn on detect
affirmative.
magic. Yeah. And roll perception.
Okay.
Notice.
Wow.
Okay. So you did get a raise. Yes, it's magical. How do you take it off your head and hand it to him, or
No, I was actually having him look.
Wait, so about that, it's going to be very difficult for me to tell when you are wearing magical armor and have magical swords.
I don't have magic armor.
Oh, I
but
thought
he
you
does
did.
have magical swords. So his point is that, and my point also, it's going to work better. I'm going to keep talking, but I have to get something. It's going to work better, but you do kind of need to hand him the
Oh, okay.
necklace.
All right.
But now
Well,
I can't turn into a werewolf.
Then I will hand him the necklace. As long as we are out of eyesight of the Roman.
Yes, you absolutely are. Absolutely are. So you do notice that in that main ball, golf ball size thing, there is there is some kind of herb in there.
Okay.
You don't recognize it.
Ruh-roh, Shaggy.
It doesn't seem to be an herb you have where you came from.
So would this be more hedge magic type stuff? Is there a definable aura, or is this more faith-based, like local legend faith-based?
The The former, the first one.
Okay. Can I tell what kind of magic?
It seems to be some kind of protective magic.
Okay. I will pass on that information. That it appears to be some kind of protection magic.
I will put it back on, and as I'm putting it back on, I said, a 500-year-old woman just spoke Japanese perfectly to me and said I must wear this.
I mean, was she really 500 years old? She looked old.
Yeah, I was being silly. I wasn't saying she was 500 years old, but she looked
500 years
old.
old. That's why I just said it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I got what you were laying down, but my character actually said she looked 500 years old.
Fair enough.
I have, and I'm emphasizing each word as I say this to Z-Teach and Sveta, I have never met anyone in the Ukraine who can speak Japanese besides me.
I'm still not even sure that that's a place.
You know, I actually am going to take a moment and I'm going to pull the swords out and I am going to hand them to Z-Teach.
So
We've all been to many places that you don't think would exist.
I'm not sure I'm not sure the lesson you want me to learn by handing me these weapons. I can't identify swords that she builds.
No, I just want to see what happens.
You hear a voice, bullet train, Oris, and it's like, "What you doing? We don't belong to him.
I know that.
This feels weird."
I'm waiting to see if Z-Teach gets any of that.
All right, John. Now I'm going to use my hidden sword power that I hadn't told him about, and I'm going to run him through. I'm going to kill Bullet Train and steal his swords like I planned all along.
It's been the other Z-Teach the whole time. But no, while I'm having this conversation in my head, he does not seem to pick up on any of it or anything.
John? Oh.
What happened?
So you're staring at Z-Teach as if something were to happen,
Yes.
and Z-Teach is just still looking at you confused.
And
like-
you see different things flashing across Orist's face, like he's either thinking or saying something, even though he's not saying anything.
Okay.
And then is John back?
All
now?
right. Are you taking us back? This still feels kind of weird. I don't know what you think you're doing here.
So I
Or
asked
yours.
you a question while you were gone. Sorry, because we didn't know that you were actually gone.
Oh wait. Do I have PowerPoint drain? Let me see if I have that spell.
The question is, does Z-Teach with his active detect magic or whatever he does he pick up on any of this or no?
I didn't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious to him that these are magical swords.
No, but I'm talking about the conversation specifically.
No.
Probably not. Yeah. It's more of a detect magic. I could tell that they were definitely created with some kind of magical, mystical properties, probably in the enchantment arena. Possibly Soulfire.
Okay. Well, then I will take them back and sheathe them.
Hmm.
Because that was actually something that I've been wondering for a while now, and I keep forgetting to test it, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity.
This
Fair
feels
point.
better. Let's not do this again. Thank you.
Can anyone else hear his sword thing?
No.
No.
Apparently not.
I love that you have introvert swords.
Yeah. And they're not the nicest people at all times.
Well, they're
No.
swords. What do you want?
Now they're swords.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Then I I don't like
Hmm.
I don't like this.
The wind is occasionally gusting, no big deal, probably 15 miles an hour.
Uh,
You know, um, which is nothing. Um, but it is occasionally picking up. Um, as you kind of gone through your morning, walking over, talking to the old lady, walking back, doing the thing with the swords, is during that time it's kind of bounced back and forth between sleet and snow flurries.
we should probably make haste.
And just as a reminder, one, you're in the mountains. Two, um, in order just to make life easier, we're as far as what day is it, what month is it, we're kind of keeping to a certain extent with what it is here in our real world.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it is late October.
So let's unless do you two have anything else that you want to do in the village?
Not really.
Um,
This wasn't even a stop before Sveta decided to grace all of them with her heroics.
something
Okay.
I wanted to talk about as we move forward is if I'm going to end up being the figurehead of this thing. And a lot of people come to Sveta asking for trinkets and blessings and things. Is there any trinket or anything that you guys would like me to make to hand out as a I don't know,
Ooh, as a
symbol of
a message
liberation?
of the new order
Resistance. Yeah.
resistance. Yeah.
Well, there is well, I'll let you guys decide.
I mean, actually, to me, it would make sense for it to be a little hammer because that's what the mallets are. What the Ukrainian leaders use, anyways, right?
Spiked maces.
Yeah,
Spiked maces. So, like little baby versions of that spiked mace might be a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. I can do that.
And I mean, that would be easier than doing something like a medallion with your face on it.
Which,
Yeah.
to be fair, is what Zikich would say.
Yeah. Well, I was considering it. But I think it would probably be easier and less work to do the
Yeah.
mallets, but the mallets or the maces have significance to all Ukrainians.
The significance is that it's a symbol of power and leadership.
Right.
And so I'm not. You can make whatever trinket you want. I will throw in, if you're looking for a symbol, you can look in Zoom, and there is the Ukrainian trident.
Oh yeah.
That might be cool too.
So just ideas. I mean, you guys can do what you want. It's your trinket.
And I'll cry if I want to.
And from a blacksmithing perspective, I'd have to think that small tridents would be easier to make than maces with a bunch of spikes on the top of them.
I don't know. I don't know how you would make one over the other.
So
but
realize we can
you
go
can
with
make
what
it.
you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well then, yeah, whatever you guys prefer.
You're the one making it, so I think you have the final say.
And just as a reminder, if you look at the your Cossack leader, you can see that he's got a wooden. Obviously, he couldn't hit anybody with the thing, but it is a symbolic. You can see he's got that mace tucked into his belt, but you can also see the belt buckle is made out of, and yeah, the belt buckle is made out of the Ukrainian trident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the letters. I just know it does. The trident forms the letters, which it starts with that B that kind of sounds like a V, but it spells out the word freedom in the trident.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of pushed me over the edge to try it then.
So you're saying that the symbol that we hand out of freedom would make sense for the RPG we're playing called Freedom for the Borderlands. Is that what I'm? That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Especially in Ukraine, yeah.
Right.
So yeah. So before I leave, I'm gonna mass
You could have
produce.
made them the other day.
Yeah,
I'll let
yeah,
you.
yeah.
I'll let you retcon this
Okay.
one.
So
Um,
I have a satchel full of little keychain sized tridents or whatever.
Okay,
So
yeah, that's
whenever
easy
people
enough.
ask for trinkets, I have something to give them.
Two gold apiece, right? We got to fund this revolution somehow.
And have to be signed by you. They have your personal stamp, right?
Right.
Yeah. The day the freedom for the Borderlands became the Catholic Church, where it's just blessings for money.
So yeah, I think we'll ride
Okay.
on disseminating tridents as we go.
Okay. So you guys take off. You're obviously still in the mountains. I mean, it's not like top of the Alps type mountains, but it's um, uh, Colorado-ish, whatever mountains, and um, um, or I guess I should say more like Denver-ish. You're still high in altitude, but it's not craggly peaks or whatever. Anyway, you get what I'm saying.
Mm.
So you head on. You're heading back towards the area where your host was, um, which is roughly southwest direction that you're heading. Um, the uh, the rain slash snow. There's no snow sticking. It does remain kind of um, hour to hour. It kind of switches from sleet to snow flurries. It can't doesn't seem like it can quite make up its mind. And um, the other thing is unless you want to do something other than ride towards the day, I'm going to assume you stop for lunch. As you go on towards evening, um, it's starting to get a little bit foggy, and um, you you when you're on a rise, and the way these things go, you come up to a rise and you can see a ways, and then it dips down and you'll come back up to a rise, and each time you come up to a rise, it's not quite as high as the previous one because you are going downhill. But you hit a rise and you can see off in the distance a village that is kind of next to um, there is a peak there, and it forms a cliff, and at the bottom of the cliff there is a village, and you can see that um, a bit off into the distance. And with the rain coming and everything, it does kind of look welcoming to a certain extent.
Maybe we can find shelter there for the evening.
Maybe so. The fog can't see your hand in front of your face, but it um, it's there. It's limiting some vision, but not a lot. It's a very light fog.
I tie the
But-
phone cord to Z-Teach.
Nice.
But so you guys ride on into the village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you as you ride down.
Yeah. Actually, I have questions as we are writing down.
Okay,
Number one, people.
so not yet. You're not at the village yet.
But we can't see
Um,
people from where we're at going about their business in the rain or snow or sleet.
Mm, no, I mean, I don't know. Make a notice roll. You're a bit far away.
Okay. Uh, 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 Notice. Huzzah!
Yeah,
Not
you
my
see.
feet.
You don't see many people. It's unpleasant to be around, but you do see a woman with a child that darts across the. It almost looks like a western town. You know, one street with buildings on either side,
Right.
and the buildings on the right are literally up against the cliff.
Right.
But you see a woman and a child dart across the road from one building to another.
But
And you
the
can
woman's not eating the child. She's
no,
not
no, no, no,
running
no, no.
from
It's just like
zombies. Nothing like that.
no.
It's like it's like the old west scene in a western when
Yeah.
the new people are coming into town and they're rushing across the street.
And then everybody boards their windows. Yeah, yeah. I got it.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like she doesn't want to get rained on, is what it looks like.
Oh, okay. So
She
they're not
doesn't
running
seem
from
like
us,
she's
they're
in a
running from the
panic.
rain.
It doesn't. She's got her hand over her head with I don't know, some kind of fabric, and the child looks to be about 9, 12. You're a little ways away, young, you know.
But we're not seeing any like pit traps or guns pointed at the
No,
in the
no,
direction
no.
of the town. Okay, that's fine.
No.
I just wanted to do some kind of cursory glance before we ride into town.
No.
Going.
You see, you rolled amazing. You see smoke coming out of chimneys.
Okay.
You see light in windows. You see
Well, then I will simply relay looks quiet, and continue to ride down.
okay, so as you ride, the cliff, as you ride, you start out where all the ground is level, and as you follow the road to your right, this cliff starts to form. I mean, at its very beginning, it's like the cliff is like a foot tall, but you're going down, and the cliff kind of stays at the same level. And when Mark comes back, I will show you what you see and hear.
Go ahead. I'm coming.
Ooh.
Am I missing something? I'm not zoomed out far enough.
You hear a
Oh.
you hear a woman playing a violin, and it's kind of mournful, and you see her through the fog and darkness of the evening, and she's far enough away that you could try to shout at her, but you would have to scream at the top of your lungs. So she's somewhat out of earshot, but the violin music does seem to carry.
That's very interesting. And she's not in any kind of protection or anything. She's just out there In the
It
cold
looks
and wet.
exactly like that.
Okay. I think I will stop my horse and listen for a moment.
She plays. So you wait 5 minutes and she's still playing.
Okay. We'll ride on.
Sounds beautiful.
Yeah.
It does. It sounds beautiful and just a bit sad. As you get into town, the main street is a bit muddy. It's a dirt road, and with the rain and the sleet and the flurries of snow, and you can see where wagon tracks or something have gone through, and without rolling, you easily see the footprints where the woman ran across the street.
Mm-hmm.
And so, where do you want to go?
Does there appear to be a inn or bar that maybe may have an inn or a hearth, or what's here is the short question. Besides me getting stuff out of the bag.
So, you see, you see a sign. You see a sign in front of a building, and in Ukrainian it says tavern, and you see a sign that shows a bent coin.
A bent coin. Would I know what that means?
A little drawing of, imagine a coin and it's kind of bent.
Does that mean anything to me?
Nope.
Or
other than, you've seen taverns before and they sometimes have odd names and odd.
It's probably
names.
like the Crooked Penny or something like that. Yeah, okay. So that's a tavern. Okay. Are there any buildings that are inns or?
Okay. You see a number of businesses around the tavern. It looks like something is some kind, like a general store and a whatever. You do see that one of the few gaps you saw, the tavern is on the side away from the cliff. Mm-hmm. There is a gap between it and the next building, and you see tracks and wagon trails that go into that gap, and there's a gate. And to the left, next to the tavern, there is a man standing there, and he's got a kind of a waxed coat and a broad brim hat, and he kind of signals to you to get your attention as you kind of get near.
Sure, we'll head that way. Slowly riding. Wave before we get there.
Are you looking for a place to stay for the night? We have room.
Aye, that would be fantastic. And I will point back. I will twist in my saddle and point back towards the direction of the violin player And then, like, as I'm pointing, I will turn back my head back around and be like, "Who's the violinist playing in the middle of the storm?"
He kind of looks and he says, I haven't noticed that.
Okay, so I have a question for the GM.
Yes,
We
sir.
we all saw the violinist, right?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't just Mark seeing a ghost.
No, you all saw her.
Okay, it was all of us seeing a ghost.
John's too smart for you. It was a good try, though. I look at him and I say, honestly, can we still hear her?
No.
She was a little ways outside town, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Huh.
So, and there he's standing. There's a gate that covers that gap, and
And I will say, how much for 3 beds?
oh, you'll talk to the man inside, but I'll take care of the horses. And he there's no lock, but he just kind of hits the latch and swings the gate, and you can see that there's a barn behind.
Okay.
And roll a notice, everybody.
Okay. Oh, you can take my first notice. I didn't realize I pushed it
Wow.
twice.
D12, and I rolled a 2 on both dice.
Well, at least it wasn't a 1.
This rain is really grounding me out.
Wow. Oh, there we go. Oh,
No, yeah.
Yeah, nobody-
Take my first one.
yeah, you just see that there's a place for horses back there. And he says, if you want to get your things, you can head in now, and I'll take care of your horses.
I'll pull the saddlebags off and in we go.
Okay. You're up to your ankle in mud as you walk up towards the tavern.
Great.
And he does walk back towards the barn with your horses.
Yeah, I was kind of watching that. That's good. I look to Sveta and I say, Sveta, did you hear what he said about the violinist?
I did not while I was going to the bathroom.
Oh,
He said he couldn't hear her. He didn't know anything about it.
Oh.
that's not
There's
something you don't notice
Yeah.
or know about.
And we heard it the whole way into town, right? Yeah, how,
And we saw her
yeah.
playing up there.
You notice most of the way into town, it was a fair distance.
What was his... I will ask him as he's heading to the barn, what was your name?
His name is
Being made up as we speak. For your notes.
his name is Taras, Taras. Actually, no, his name is Pilip, Pylyp.
I like that name.
Pilip.
Okay. I will. How do you do
Which
that?
that name in Ukrainian is the meaning of Philip is fond of horses.
Uh oh.
Not a bad way.
I am looking. Don't we have a section on the character sheet somewhere for how much money we have?
Yes. It is.
I found it. It's money, but mine's at 0, but I wasn't at 0.
Did you?
I did not
It's all the
spend
way-
all my stuff at the beginning. I had a little bit left over.
Right.
Yeah.
If it's at 0, then I didn't see it on the product.
And that's okay. Well, I don't think you're going to ding me for it, but I was going to tip Philip.
Oh, I see where that.
I
I
did-
should have seen that.
I don't know if that's transferring him creds or tossing him a silver or how that works in this
Toss a
world.
coin to the Philip.
Please don't sleep with my horses. Please don't sleep with my horses.
You have a coin you can toss to him.
I toss a coin in my Witcher.
Nice. All right, he catches it out of the air and gives you a smile.
A knowing smile of what he's going to do to my horse. All right.
Well, if it's anybody's horse, it's not yours.
Yeah. Cold metal.
You know.
Freezing
Yeah.
cold. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, no, I think the horses are fine. This is a family-rated show.
All right. So yeah, we'll go in and is it a house or a big house or a mansion or?
So you walk in, and while I said the organization of the building is kind of like a Western town, there's no swinging doors, nothing like that. There are 2 doors, and the upper third of the doors are glass, and made up of individual panels with wood between, and a couple of them have colored glass in them. No shapes, but there is some colored glass in there. And so you open one door or both doors, whatever you want, and it looks kind of like walking into your typical bar. There's tables, there's seats up at the bar. There is a woman in modern-ish looking Ukrainian clothes, so it's a shirt and some kind of fabric pants or a skirt. She's behind the bar, you don't know. But I mean, she's not. There are 8 people in there, and some are together. There's one guy by himself, and lots of room. The 3 of the people together are doing something with some kind of cards. But when you open the door, it does let in a chill, and there is a wood stove in one corner that seems to be heating the room, and people do kind of notice you, and if you linger, they continue to stare. If you walk in, they,
No, try to close the door as quickly as possible so we're not letting out all the heat.
Exactly so. So yeah, they kind of go, look at you and like, whatever, and go back to their conversations, their card games, whatever.
I very quietly lean over to Sveta and say, "This is the least amount of attention you've drawn in months."
Indeed it is. It's nice to be unnoticed for once.
Make notice rolls.
They're all staring at you.
That's 2 successes. Zitich?
Why aren't you clicking?
Oh, there we go. Wow. Okay. Yeah. You know all about this, Z Teach. Sveta and Orist, you two also notice on both sides of the door, you see that there are really stiff brushes. That it's very stiff on the ground, and then there's actually a really kind of stiff brush on the top. And you can see it looks like a thing people have been using to wipe most of the mud off their boots before they continue on into the bar.
Oh, fantastic.
Zizi should have immediately walked over there and started cleaning off, or not walked over, but started cleaning off his boots.
Yeah.
Seeing that there.
Yeah, you knew all about that. Kind of got
So
a
we all
raise
go
and a
over.
half there going on.
Yeah.
I wait.
So,
I wait to see if Sveta calls Z Teach her squire and asks him to do her boots.
No, I'll walk over and do my own boots.
when you look up from cleaning your boots, you see the lady behind the bar looking your direction, and she kind of gestures towards the table with kind of a sit. She doesn't say anything, but just kind of gestures with a sit where you want kind of gesture.
As I am the last one cleaning my boots off, I will go wherever Z Teach and Sveta decide to sit.
The woman behind the bar has brownish red hair and looks to be in about her 50s. She's a mildly attractive lady. She's put on a few pounds. And so, Sveta, Zitich, where are we sitting?
I'll follow Sveta's lead. She's the one that takes up more space.
Where are we
Wow.
sitting, Sveta?
So what?
We want you to be comfortable.
I think he just called you fat.
She's not fat. She's big boned, like 7 feet tall, and 900 pounds
Whoa!
of pure muscle.
So how's the room look? What tables are open?
Just you can sit about in just any part. I mean, there's only 8 people in there. So any part, the bars to your right, windows are at the front of the tavern. There are tables along the back wall and the wall to the left, and there's seats at the bar.
Okay. Well, we'll sit at a table near the back wall.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you find one with 4 seats. And on the back wall, there are. It almost kind of has like a hunting lodge kind of look. There are different mounted animal heads and horns, and it's kind of like what you would see in Colorado, except of course there's some unusual things that live on Earth, Rift's Earth.
Great. We'll have to battle them with the violent ghost.
So,
When
after,
go
go ahead.
No.
I'm sorry.
No. I think I was getting to where you're going next, so go right ahead.
After a short time, a woman who looks like she's late 20s, early 30s. She's in a dark blue skirt and has a white top with kind of Ukrainian stitching on it. She's got blonde hair in a long braid and beautiful blue eyes. Comes over and in Ukrainian says, "How can I help you? Are you hungry? What will you be needing tonight?" By the way, between the back wall and the bar, there is a hallway, and to the right side of the hallway there are stairs leading up.
We would like rooms for the evening if possible.
We have rooms, 3 rooms, or will you be staying together?
Probably 2 rooms.
Okay.
And I look to the others. Are you hungry? Shall we eat?
Yes, I'll have. I'm not sure what dinners are available, but whatever dinner you have on hand.
We
and,
have the dinner. What we have tonight is we have a stew, bread, and a local cheese that we're kind of proud of. By the way, you, Mark, you're the first to notice it. You see coming down the stairs 2 Cossacks.
I will.
You recognize them. It's Danilo. I'll put it in the chat. It's Danilo and Feder.
I will call out to them. Danilo, Feder, come and join us. Come and join us.
We found you. We found you. We were sent to find you.
Well, you've done your mission, and now
you see behind them are 2 men in that don't look Cossack.
Okay.
When they get close,
You must be from Archer's group.
Yes, we are. The first one is Apostle. And again,
Okay.
I'll put it in chat so you know spelling. And the other guy is Boyani.
Well met. I am Orist. This is Zteach and Sveta.
Yeah,
Is he
Danilo
sure?
and Feder
Nice to
say
meet
yes.
you.
We've seen them around the camp.
Yeah.
I ask, would you gentlemen care for dinner and drinks?
Yes, that's why we came out. We have Danilo looks at you, Orist, and he says, you know Burian. He is guarding the horses in the barn.
Oh.
And almost on cue, one of Archer's guys says, also Oleg is guarding horses. And again, all that's in chat.
Fantastic. Whatever we get for dinner, we need to get 2 extra orders to take out to them.
Yeah, matter of fact, she's still standing right there, and she says, absolutely. So,
Do you have any sliced meats or meats that you can slice for the bread and the cheese?
all
In
we
the
have
way of-
tonight is just the stew. I'm
Just
sorry.
the stew. No, you're
The
good.
stew, the
That's
bread,
fine.
and the cheese.
Zteach. Put the stew and the cheese in the bread. Trust me.
ZC's eyes go really wide.
So she heads out. Danilo starts to move a table over, and do you guys reshuffle? And okay, so you guys reshuffle, and you've got the table pushed together. It's kind of you feel like a weight's lifted. All 3 of you. You're here in this strange town, and here's some allies, some friends. And the door's been closed. It just suddenly just kind of feels more warm. It feels it's almost celebratory that you have this. She comes out, and it's this very thick stew. It's got chunks of meat, big chunks of meat, carrots, potatoes, and it's just wonderful. And
So
the bread. Go ahead.
I tell I turn to Sea Teach and I say, look, find the chunks of meat that are steaming, that are the hottest ones. Okay, put it in the bread, put the cheese on top of it, and then close the bread around it. And wait for 30 seconds.
It's a rustic bread. It's very dense, but a lot of flavor, and wonderful bread. And the cheese, it's a white cheese, and has a really nice flavor. So, and she also brings up a glass of beer for everybody.
So, how long have you all been riding?
We have been riding for 3 days. There's another group. We weren't sure which way you would come or go, so 3 groups were sent out.
Oh my. Has word traveled back this far yet?
Word of...
I will lower my voice as much as humanly possible so that whoever's sitting like directly next to us, like if it's Danilo or if it's Apostle, I'm basically going to say it to him and let them tell it down the line rather than try and say it loud enough for everyone.
Right. I understand.
So I'm going to turn to whoever that is, and I will say, we not only found the base, but it is not there anymore.
The base is... And it's actually Danilo that's sitting next to you. And he just... Actually, he doesn't say anything. He just looks at you, and it's obvious he's no clue what you've... Doesn't understand what you've said. And finally, he just whispers back to you, "Not there?
Destroyed.
You didn't find it?
We found it. We destroyed it."
Oh, okay. And so the table plays a game of operator.
Right.
And
by the end, Sveta finds out that we've bisected a turtle.
So you guys eat, unless there's something else you want to talk about.
I will actually make it a point to ask. Again, I'm being a little quiet, but this is not nearly as quiet as that was. I will say, did anyone else see the woman playing violin on their way into town?
They kind of look at you and said, "No, we arrived this morning. We didn't see anyone playing a violin."
I asked the lady bringing us food if there is a smithy in town.
She says yes. She says it's actually the building across from the gate. He uses the he has items in his shop, and behind the shop his smithy is next to our horse stable.
I raise an eyebrow towards Sveta.
Sveta nods. I'll head over there after dinner.
So, unless there's something else you want to do, towards the end of your meal, the door opens, and suddenly that warmth you were feeling is kind of sucked out of the room because of the open door, and you feel a chill, and these 2 gentlemen walk in.
Totally trustworthy.
These look like 2 trustworthy, non-vampiric gentlemen.
Please, sir, don't have sex with my horse.
Now, I do actually like. I know who the one on the right is, but is that the British comedian on the left?
You
It
know, I
does look
wondered
like
that too. It's a randomly Googled picture, but
Huh?
it's the guy who It does look like
No,
the.
no,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It
The
really
Great
does look
American.
like him,
Yeah.
and he's done stuff like that before. That's why I'm like, I wonder if that's Noel.
He
yeah.
constantly calls himself a goth. So, um, so yeah. That I actually, when I found that picture, I wondered that myself.
Yeah, it really does look like him.
Hmm.
Um, great. Let's see where this goes.
So they walk in, immediately shut the door, and they immediately turn to the left and walk to a table that's empty by the corner. Um, there are two chairs at that table. The gentleman with the cloak, the dark hair, sits down and looking out the window, and the other gentleman um, stands behind him looking towards the bartender as if there's some kind of nonverbal, and then the bartender nods at him, and she ducks her head into the door back towards the kitchen. And a second later, the young blonde woman comes out, and she has a what looks like a glass of red wine, and places it on the table for the man with the cloak.
I'd like to roll a notice roll on the glass of red wine.
Sure.
Make sure it's not blood.
Yep.
You guys are
It
funny.
Looks like. I'm spending a Benny on that.
Oh, wait a minute. Before you do,
You die.
let me give you.
He has the very rare notice my blood you die power.
There you go. I just wanted to give you the right number of bennies.
he looks at you, bullet train pulls out his sword and stabs himself.
Yep, that's pretty much how it goes down. All right, let's try that again. One success. Is it blood, or is it wine?
It looks like wine to you.
So it does not have the consistency of Clamato juice.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, it's what did you roll? You rolled a 4.
A success.
Um,
A singular success.
I'll give you this, even though you probably need a raise, but it looks more like port than it does wine.
Okay.
Just a
All
second.
right.
So it's children's blood.
Yeah, children's blood
It hasn't had time to
to mature.
get time to mature and get that bouquet.
Blood mixed with the tears of orphans.
Right.
Oh, that is messed up, John.
What?
So you
I-
have them drinking orphan blood? That is messed up.
Nice.
Well,
So-
orphan blood mixed with the tears of orphans. I'm pretty sure that's what Chris was inferring there.
So the older gentleman continues to stand behind. So, and I know I don't have a diagram of this, but the man in the cloak is sitting basically with his back to the entire room. He's in a table in the corner and he's looking out the front windows. The older gentleman is behind him, but with his back to the wall. And so he's perpendicular to the man in the cloak and looking at the room, if that makes sense.
So is he back to back with the man in the cloak, or on the side of the man, or turned sideways?
Turned sideways because he's the man in the cloak has his right shoulder against the wall, and the older man is behind him with his back to the wall.
Got it. Got it. Okay. I'll wave at the older man. See if I get his eyes.
Nope. I mean, it's kind of obvious. He's not made anything, but I mean, he has to have seen you, but you
Yeah.
don't get a reaction. And the younger woman does see you wave, and she comes over and she leans down and she says, "That is Count uh, Borisco and Marco," as if that would obviously mean something to you.
I apologize. I'm not from these parts.
And I put that in chat.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to. Oh, Borisco. I am not from these parts. Is the Count very well known here?
You don't recognize the name Sveta. Well, yes. You haven't heard of him? And her voice is really low, and she's leaning over. And by the way, she smells wonderful. She has a very pleasing fragrance that she's wearing. And, sometimes a woman can wear a nice perfume and it can smell like a nice perfume. But other times, a woman can wear a perfume and some of the wonderfulness of the smell is the perfume. But there's also some of it that's some wonderful chemical, apothecary, whatever nonsense that's worked with her natural body chemistry. And it just feels like wonderfulness.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she smells like.
All right then.
She's slender, but not skinny.
Yeah.
And buxom.
I ask, is there an etiquette? I wanted to offer Marco a drink, and perhaps the Count.
I believe they prefer not to be addressed until they address you.
Fair enough. Thank you for warning me. And I will tip her with another of my nondescript coin.
Got it.
What time of day is it?
It's probably, well, it's been dark since you found the cliff, is when it started turning dark and the fog. And so at this point, you've sat here, you've eaten dinner. It's probably about 8 o'clock, somewhere between 7 and 8.
So, would Zizich have any reason to believe that vampires exist on this world like they exist on his home world?
Would he have reason to believe? You have found that there are similarities. You have found that, we have horseshoes, they have horseshoes, right?
Right.
Also found that we have conniption valves and they don't have conniption valves, right?
Right.
So, and of course you met Una, who came from yet another world, and that's nothing like either of these.
Nothing like, yeah.
So I mean, yeah, you understand that there's overlaps, but there's also other things. But also, I mean, this is a guy in a cloak. I mean,
But is he staring at us like that?
the older gentleman.
Either one.
The guy in the cloak is looking out the window and taking an occasional sip. He's not paid any attention to the room. The other gentleman has his back to the wall and looks exactly like that.
Okay. I mean, they haven't done anything threatening, and as such, vampires tend to keep it to themselves. So if they're vampires, more power to them.
Yeah, about as you're kind of going through that in your mind, the woman said that it's Count Borisco and Marco, and so the gentleman that you're probably assuming is Marco leans down and whispers something to the man in the to the count, and the count just nods once, and Marco walks out of the building. The door opens, it gets colder, and he seems gone.
All I really want to know is Count Barisco really that ashen?
Is really that
That gray? His complexion, is he really that ashen as we see in the picture? Because you can see that Marco and Count Barisco have a dramatically different complexion.
they do have a dramatically different complexion, and yes, he's pale.
Okay. Great. I will ask her.
She comes back and she's picking up empty plates and glasses.
What did the Count order to drink?
Port.
Port? Do you believe it would be rude to offer him a port?
I think it's best to not acknowledge him until he's acknowledged you.
At all. Got it. Well, I'll take a port then.
Okay.
I'm curious.
She kind of gives you a weird look when she's like, okay, kind of like, nobody does that. Who wants port? You know, I mean, that's kind of like the vibe you get from her face.
I've never had it.
But, you know, she kind of grabs what she can carry, heads back, and a few minutes later, she brings you a silver, well, not silver, but a metal goblet with port in it.
Well, I like the presentation already. I will put it to my lips saying, please don't be blood, please don't let blood, and I'll drink it.
It tastes like, have you ever had port, Mark?
Yes.
You know what it tastes like.
Yes. Yes.
It's an average port, nothing fancy.
Yeah. The good news is it's not blood.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Doesn't seem like there's any blood in your glass.
No.
I love
I
how
will-
all of a sudden, like, pale guy, gothic dress, must be a vampire.
I will. After I try the port, I will then pass it to Z-Teach, and I will say, I'm pretty sure you've never had this either.
Zizish will test the taste, and then his eyes will water a little bit, and he will try and fail to surreptitiously spit the wine back into the glass.
No.
And then we'll
Who's
push it
doing-
away from him, and he'll go out to the horses. I too have had port.
I was going to offer some of that to Sveta, but okay. And at that point, nobody will be finishing it. So, yeah. You're such a dork. Yeah. We finish up. I will. I will let Danilo and Federer and Apostle and Boyani know that we can probably leave tomorrow, but it may be in the evening, or we may want to plan to spend one more day here.
Okay.
As Sveta is going to have some work that she needs to do here in the town.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Is there any reason to believe like this town is in distress or anything?
You saw no indication of that No.
Okay.
I will ask the waitress what the name of the town is, and
Oops. Ignore that.
oh, okay. What the name of the town is? What's the what to pull a Seinfeld? What's the deal with this town? What's what the town's like? Is there anything going on? Is everything peaceful? And if she knows anything about a woman playing violin on a cliff outside town. Those are the things I want to ask.
She says that the town is named Oval.
Obbel?
I'll put it in chat as always.
Oh, sure. Spell it the easy way, John.
And she said it's named after the man that first started living here.
How long ago was that?
She just shrugs. I don't know.
Oh.
I never met him. Long time ago.
Peaceful town?
Yeah.
Nothing. No known strife or town not being harried by supernatural wolves or.
Everything is fine, I believe.
Good.
Everything is fine.
Everything is wonderful.
People mostly keep to themselves.
People mostly keep to themselves. Do not look at the Count. The Count is not a man you should interact with. Everything is fine. Everyone keeps to themselves.
It was totally port.
Well, good. I noticed there was another tavern in town. Is there any other? I think we saw a general store as well. Anything else I should know about in town?
You didn't see another tavern.
Oh, I thought there was a tavern and then the gate.
There is this tavern and then a gate to go to the barn behind the tavern.
Sorry. Okay. That's good to know because I thought we skipped that tavern. We went through the gate and there was a house back up on the hill, which also happened to be like a tavern.
No,
Inn.
no house on a hill.
Okay.
Line of buildings. What?
I said we went to the gate to drop off our horses.
Right.
Right, but I didn't understand we were walking back to the tavern. That's the part.
No, you never went through a gate. Line of buildings on either side of a road. Between the tavern and the next building, there's a gap. That gap is filled with a gate. Behind the gate is the barn. So you stayed on this side of the gate and went in the front door of the tavern. The man with the broad brim hat took your horses through the gate to the barn.
Just retcon the question to be
anything
no problem. Else I should know about here in the town.
Yeah, probably I didn't explain it well. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Any other? I saw the general store. We asked about the smithy. Anything else we should know about here in town?
This is a small town. It's what lies the way you come. If you go the rest of the way through town, you follow the road straight. You will continue down out of the mountains. Just past the town, the road will go to the right, and the road travels up to the Count's house.
Oh. And when we rode in this evening, my two friends and I all saw a woman on a cliff playing the violin.
Huh. How odd.
That's what we said.
She grabs some bowls and walks back towards the kitchen.
Oh, really? All right. Guess we're done talking. I did I did
Done.
make it a
Sorry, not you.
I did make it a point to say that just a little louder than necessary about the woman on the cliff. Wanted to see if I kind of, once she walks away, after I'm done being stunned by the fact she just walked away as soon as I mentioned it, anyone looking at me?
Nope.
On that note, Sveta has finished her meal and finished off her beer. She gets up from the table and makes her way to the door. Do I know where the smithy is?
Yeah, she said it was.
When we asked,
You heard the lady say that it was through the gate, or that the next building over across from the gate was the Smith's store, and behind his store next to the barn was the smithy.
Okay.
Now it is 8 o'clock at night. It has begun to snow. It's been sleeting all day, and it's very dark out, and it's cold.
Maybe I'll wait for tomorrow then.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm just giving you the lay of the land here.
He might be working late. You never know.
Yeah, I'll go over there and check.
So you walk the man. You go out the door. You turn left, and around the corner, and there's a little, kind of like a small guard shack, a little bigger than a man. So and you see the man with the broad hat and the wax coat standing in there. You see behind him there's a stool, and at the back where the shack touches the building, there's a door that obviously leads back into the tavern. And he looks at you and he says, "Yes, ma'am. How can I help you? Are you needing your horse?"
No, sir. I'm a traveling blacksmith, and I'm looking to find some jobs to earn some coin.
Oh, I see. Well, Taurus is he has gone home. You will not see him this evening, and the name is in chat.
Do you know when he'll return in the morning?
Sunrise.
I'll be back and check in with him then. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I'll head back to the inn.
Okay. The only time you get any recognition is when you open the door. People look up to see what's coming in and out of the door. While Sveta was gone, the woman with the blonde hair, which is Eva, and again I'll put that in the chat. Eva's her name. You see her notice that the Count's glass is empty, and she brings him another glass, and it is made out of glass, full of port, and takes away his empty glass.
I
Oh, Sveta. In front, when you went out the door and turned to the left, you went to when you go to the left, there's the part of the tavern that doesn't have windows, which obviously, now that you've been inside, is where the kitchen is, right? So if you'd gone out the door and gone to the right, you would have seen the windows, and if you kept walking to the corner, you would have looked in at the Count. The kind of, if you can picture that, right? But you went to the left, and in front of the tavern, as you went to the left, was a coach, a covered coach with two horses, black horses.
Hmm.
Just thought I'd mention.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't
Is
know
there a
what to
coffin
do with
in the
that
back of it?
information.
He saw no coffin.
So I was thinking of these undead horses, and
They, no, I mean they made normal horse sounds as you walked past.
horses with bat wings.
No wings, no wings.
Tiny little bat wings, just for show. Um, man, yeah. All right. I guess since Z-Teacher left me and Sveta left me, I guess I'm paying for the bill. So
Oh,
I'll pay for.
where'd Z-Teach go?
He left to go out by the horses.
A while ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I acknowledge that and somehow
No.
forgot?
No.
I
He
am
spit-
so sorry, brother.
He spit all the port back into the wine glass, trying to pass it off like he was taking another drink.
Oh,
when
and then got up
clearly-
and went to go see the horses.
Yeah.
He went out to throw up outside is what he did.
Oh, okay. Well, you go out, you see the carriage. I mean, no
Yeah.
notice roll. It's impossible to miss.
And
It's
he says that there's no coffin in the back.
yeah. There's no coffin. Well, there's no coffin you can see from the outside of it. By the way, for both of you, it's made out of a dark lacquered wood, and there is gold or I don't know, some metal. Actually, Sveta, yes, it's gold. I'm not. You know exactly what it is, but there are flourishes and embellishments, and all along it. And
Is it magical?
now for that, you do need to make a roll.
Yep.
You don't notice anything, no.
Okay.
And you have a raise there.
Yeah.
You see no aura, no whatever.
Okay.
You both do notice that there is a seal, a heraldic emblem, whatever you want to call it, and it is. It's on a argent field. It's a black dragon rampant, and it has a sword in each of its feet.
While I'm still outside, what's around the right side of the building?
I'll get back to you. I need to get to Z-Teach because he went before you.
Yes.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, I was just hanging out.
Well, did you actually go through the gate to the barn?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, got it, Mark. So the actually, I need to take. I need to do something too. Let's take a quick break here. Well, let me finish with Z-Teach. The gentleman, you tell him you need to go to the barn. He lets you back there. Back there, you meet Burian and Oleg. Burian is a Cossack. Oleg is one of Arthur's people. You can tell the difference in their dress. They're inside the barn, and they make a joke about the other guys soaking up all the warmth and being late and coming out to relieve them. And Oleg looks at Burian after he says that and says, "You know, it's our duty to be here all night." And Burian shrugs and says, "One could hope." And but if you did actually need to puke, you found a place where you could do that, and before going into the barn.
Okay.
Chris, around to the right side is the window. You walk past the count looking out, and the buildings touch each other just like in a typical Western town. And so when you walk and you're on a wooden plank, so you're up out of the mud, the next building over is the general store.
Okay. While walking past the mirror, does the count see me or do anything to show
Well,
a
mean window.
reaction?
more importantly, do you see his reflection?
No mirror, you mean window.
Did I say mirror?
You did.
Yeah.
Oh, window. Sorry.
So as walking past the window, do you see what?
Does he see me or follow me, like looking at me across as I move across the window? Is he like fixated on something else outside the window?
As you walk past, yeah, his eyes seem to track you.
Okay.
Seems kind of normal. What a normal
Yeah.
person would do.
Okay. I had, giant woman, hammer on her back. Rumors of, mystical blacksmith walking around. Didn't know if he'd take any interest in me or anything.
Um, his eyes follow you as you walk past, both ways.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
there's no expression. His whole body or his head doesn't move.
Yeah.
But sure, if you're looking directly at him, which he sees you looking at him, you see him looking at you, kind of
Yeah.
deal. Yes.
Yeah. Well, as our eyes meet, I just, give him a nod and keep moving past.
Yeah. No reaction
And,
from him.
I don't know. I'll just go on a nice stroll around the town, and then after a short while, come back in and see if Bullet Train is still sitting at the table or what everyone's
You
up to.
make a notice roll.
Okay.
You can make a notice to roll too if you want to, Z teach. Um, yeah, you definitely. There's um um you see what looks like a full moon. Um, it's um, you have the whole weather thing, and because you've rolled a raise there, you've both rolled raises. So you for your weather knowledge and Z teach just for your arcane kind of follow these kind of thing knowledge. It's the second full moon in October, and which is not that often that a month actually has two full moons. It's waning, which means it's waning is getting more full, so it's not at its complete full state. But again, with those rolls, you both know that tomorrow will actually be the full moon. But it's close enough that tonight it looks like a full moon.
Hmm.
And the other thing is, you both heard way far off, very faint, far off in the distance. Um, you think you're not 100% sure, but you're pretty sure you heard it was there might have been some wolf owls.
Foreshadowing. He's not a vampire. He's a werewolf.
So with that, I'm going to go do something real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'll run back to the bathroom and get a drink or something. So, short break.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back too.
So I'll be right back. Were you going to say something, Daniel?
Nope. Just
okay. Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah, I'll be right back. So I'll be right back. Were you going to say something, Daniel?
Nope. Just
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Were you going to I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Didn't hear you. Under.
You know, it's funny. Have you watched the Great British Baking Show?
A couple episodes.
So you've seen Noel.
No.
Well, I guess it depends. If it's the first seasons, then it was two women. My sister calls them rodeo clowns. Um, but the first seasons had two female comedians, and I think it was like the third or the fourth season, somewhere in there. They changed the two comedians, and it was a man and an older woman, and the man is Noel. He had black hair,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's who
yeah, yeah.
Mark would.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Mark was saying that the Count here kind of looks like him, and he does actually. And Noel always calls himself a goth. So when I was looking for a picture for the Count, and um, I took the picture out of Google Images, and I never followed the website, so I don't know. I mean, that could be Noel. I don't know if
Now
it
I'm gonna
is
have
him
to
or not.
look up what you mean. English goth. How do you spell Noel? Is it spelled like the animal?
I think it's Noel.
Oh yeah, I know that comedian. I don't think it looks like him. I know him more from Countdown and IT Crowd and um.
Well, yeah, I mean, it kind of depends on what picture of him you look at. Um,
Well, like the goth he plays on IT Crowd, um, is definitely that type. I
oh, is
suppose,
it?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's him. Um, I'm looking at pictures, and I think his face is a little thicker, but um,
yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
His jawline is a lot rounder.
Yeah, yeah. I think yeah, you're right. Um, so I don't know. Maybe it's him photoshopped. Maybe it's not. But it certainly does. I had that thought the instant I found the picture, and
It
Mark
was enough, yeah.
commented.
It was enough that Mark saying it, you were like, "Yep."
Yep.
You both saw that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if it is though. Welcome back, Chris.
Yeah.
Anything you two want to go while we're waiting for Mark's dog to do its business?
Mm.
No.
Look in my inventory in case I need anything.
You did notice the general store was closed and there weren't any lights in the window.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not doing that either.
It is 8 o'clock at night after all and very dark out.
Yeah.
Just break in and leave them a bunch of your magical hammers.
Yeah.
Well, now, that hammer he's been leaving with every blacksmith, that is magic, but it's
And that's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
technically not a weapon.
Yeah.
The
Well,
magic
I mean,
involved in it is for blacksmithing, not for smashing heads.
Yeah.
sure, it's like a
And
knife. A knife is just a tool, or an axe. That's a tool too. It's not a weapon. It's not a weapon until you take it to someone.
Right. Welcome
And
back,
you-
Mark.
Thanks, and it doesn't matter what his actual name is. He is now Count Noel from now on.
I don't see it.
I do. I mean, I get your points. I was listening. I get your points, Daniel. You're right. But if you put a wig on Noel and he was looking down as he is in this picture, I think this might actually be a drawing of, like a fan art drawing of Noel as a vampire.
I'd be willing to bet that it is a Shutterstock image.
It might
Possibly.
be. I have no idea.
Because I've seen him. I don't like. Noel has a rounder jaw. He has a.
He does.
I really don't think this is Noel. I think
Yeah.
this is a,
No, you're right.
Yeah.
However, I will say the instant I saw this photo, I thought that looks like Noel. And then when Mark saw it tonight, he had the same instant reaction. So there's enough of a similarity that the two of us caught it.
Or
And-
it could be said that both of you are just racist enough that all white people look the same to you.
It is a stock image from a punk rave men's Black Winter Gothic Knight Count Vampire cloak.
Thank
So
you.
we don't know that it's not Noel. Is the point?
That is $219 on Amazon.
Oh, well, there you go. Go buy it now.
Yes, if Noel happened to be a Shutterstock model instead of his fairly successful comedian career,
He could be trying to diversify. You don't know.
that's fair. I cannot actually say because I was not there when this picture was taken.
And I totally don't think it's him. But it, like John said, there was enough of a resemblance. I'm like, oh, that kind of looks like Noel. So
Yeah,
he is
yeah.
he is Count Noel from now on.
Nice. So, you see Feder, Apostle, and Boyani are kind of at the other end of the table talking, and they politely stand up and
oh, right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
address the rest of the crowd and say, we're tired. We're going to head up to our rooms. And Danilo, when he hears that, he looks at you and he says, if you will excuse me, we are tired. He says, I think I'll turn in too. And he heads up. And
I
They-
will stop him.
you will?
Yeah, I'll stop Danilo before he goes up the stairs. I like motion.
Okay,
1 minute.
he stands up and then sits back down in his chair. Yes, Orist.
Is everything okay?
What do you mean?
I don't know that I can put my finger on it, but something seems off here. And I'm making sure that you're all right, and that Apostle and Boyani are all right.
Yeah, we're all fine. We have things to talk about, but not in this room. And he leans in very close, softer than your whisper, and he just says, the host is moved. We need to talk. And then he leans back and he says, so we were sent to find you.
Got it. Well, I'm feeling tired myself. Maybe I'll turn in with you. So, let's go upstairs.
So he heads up. Ztich, Sveta, you're both back now. You see everybody leaving. What are you going to do?
Zeke is gonna go up and rest because he needs the rest.
Okay,
I'll
so
go up.
you go up. Z Teach, you've got room 3. Sveta, you have room 5, which is next door. Odd on the left, even rooms on the right. So, um, well, you got 2 rooms. How were you imagining the arrangements, Orist?
I'll sleep on the floor. Z-Teach can have the bed.
Okay, so Z Teach's room. Okay, so so Z Teach has 3. Um, Yiva brought you the keys, and it's just a key with a leather thing with a number on it. So she brought you guys rooms 3 and 5.
Okay.
So
Do we know who's between us?
No one. He just said they're the same ones together. It's odds on one side and even on the opposite. So 3 and 5 are next to each other.
yes,
Okay.
Yeah. And
a
4
lot of
right across
hotels
the
are
hall.
that way.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was that big.
When you get upstairs and you look, it looks like there's 6 rooms on either side upstairs. You don't know if there's more rooms downstairs. Maybe there are. Maybe there aren't. So Z Teach, you go in, you go to sleep unless you want to do something. Chris, Sveta, you said you were going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'll go to sleep.
Okay, so you're asleep. Orest, I'm guessing you're going to follow Danilo.
Correct.
He goes to room 6, the third one on the right, and you follow him in, and he closes the door, and he says, "There's not much to tell, but there are things that we were told that there are things changing. We've not been given all of the information for the safety of the information, but the host has moved. I know you can follow the signs when you see where the camp is, but we were told to find you and warn you that the host has moved. Also, and he leans towards you and lowers his voice, not quite a whisper, but not a. He says, the disciples of destiny appear to be coming in force. They're coming. It seems like they're coming from Russia, and the direction they're coming is towards Orlov's northern stronghold.
I will say about the same level. We found angels were powering the blimps. And when we freed them, the angels destroyed the base.
He just kind of has a, I can't believe I believe what you're telling me, but I'm shocked and have no idea how to respond look on his face.
That was about our response as well when we found out. The good news is that the disciples lost most of their weapons of that type. If there are more, we'll need to free them. But legitimately, they had enslaved angels. So this organization does not seem to be... They do not seem to have any morals or ethics whatsoever.
How is that even possible?
We were lucky to get out with our lives.
I'm even more happy to see you now that I know this. And he grabs your shoulder.
Yeah, and I grab his shoulder back. I'm glad that you found us. I can't tell you why, but I feel something is off in this town. I don't have anything to base that on, other than my brain is telling me things are not adding up here. But regardless, maybe that will pass overnight. Sveta needs to work here. Oh, also, the town of Zucchini. Mikola is the town leader there. They stood up against Orloff's men, and we helped drive them away.
That was dangerous.
It was. They were already being attacked when we arrived. We did help them succeed, and we armed them because we assured them that Orloff's men would be back, but they've made their choice. And it seems more towns are likely to have similar reactions to Orloff. I'm wondering if Orloff will be able to sustain against both uprisings in the villages and the Disciples of Destiny coming from the north.
Again, we weren't given details, and I believe for the protection of the information.
Sure.
Our host lord wanted to tell you himself, but I got the impression that it's a significant ground force. Maybe I'm not supposed to say that, but that was my impression. And I think something very large is going to happen. Our scouts came back. They're the ones that had seen it. And it was that day we left that day, the host left, and we were sent to find you.
I have a question. I'm looking at something in my notes. Daniel.
Yes.
When you went with the angels,
Yep.
I have written a note that this medallion can replace your armor.
No. I've done so many other things and not that.
What did you do, Phil?
Do you know what that is?
This medallion
You
thing.
guys,
Yeah, it was a gift the angel gave Zetich.
Yeah. Are you?
And that's what the angel told him.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I don't think I've ever heard you mention it since then.
I wasn't sure what it meant, and it was
Okay.
really late.
That's kind of why I was bringing it up, because I realized, I don't think he ever put that medallion on or did anything with it. So great. Okay.
Oh,
fantastic.
Zetich is wearing it. He just doesn't remember. I didn't remember.
Daniel
it.
doesn't remember. Okay, good. I just want to make sure that you were not like in a saddlebag or something being unused. Okay.
Danilo, he tells you, he says, that's all I have for you, brother. I'm tired. I really do need to rest.
I clasp his arm again. Thank you for the information. I look forward to riding with you soon. Let's
And
get
I you.
good night's sleep, and I will see you in the morrow.
All right. And you go to bed. He goes to bed.
Yep.
Ah! Middle of the night, you're all woken up. There's screams. There's gunfire. It's coming from behind the hotel.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to pay for a new pair of pants.
Oris does not wake up.
Gunfires and screams. You don't wake up.
One success? I don't think so.
Oh, you don't need to roll. You wake up. I'm telling you, you wake up.
I'm telling you, you wake up.
I have made this decision for you.
Fine. Well, since I'm sleeping in my armor, I don't have to worry about that. I will pop up, and I will make sure Zetich is awake.
I am.
I will turn to Zetich and say, we will get you new pants later. And then we'll open the door and see what we see in the hallway.
You see, you see everybody. I'm assuming, Sveta, you're leaving your room.
Yes.
You see Danilo, Feder, Apostle, and Boyani. They're running down the hallway opposite the way you came in. you can tell at the other end of the hallway there's another stairway leading down, and they're running that way towards the back of the building.
Does it sound like the gunfire is coming from that direction or the other direction?
Came from, yes. You hear nothing now, although you can make notice rolls.
Ooh, 7.
Okay. Orist and Z-Teach, I don't know. Maybe you don't hear it. No, you're wrong. That's not what it is. I mean, it's kind of the faint, like, wolf howl, but that's probably not what it is. It's kind of faint and far away.
Is it the same, like the same we heard from before?
Yeah, it sounds exactly the same, but I mean, even that you were kind of questioning because it does seem like it was far away.
Yeah.
And you know, sufficiently far away can't have anything to do with this. So, never mind. I don't know why I mentioned it. So at the bottom of the stairs is a door on the back side of the tavern. The others have already gone through the door. Do you guys follow?
Yes. As Z-Teach starts praying as he heads out the door, yes.
So you guys head out the door, and you see in the snow, because there's about an inch of snow now, you see 2 bodies with crimson stains on the snow, dead, in front of the barn.
They have giant claw marks on their chest.
Yes.
Called it.
Vampires are sloppy.
Wonder why creepy count guy wasn't drinking out of a silver goblet like Oris was.
Feder said he's one of the first ones there, and he looks, and it says, it looks like a large wolf attacked.
And who are the bodies? Can we tell?
Burian and Oleg.
Poor guys.
There is a plasma rifle that Burian had that's laying in front of him, and Oleg had some kind of powerful, looks like some kind of high-powered laser rifle. I mean, just based on your knowledge of weapons, you're probably the most knowledgeable there. I mean, you amongst Sveta and Z-Teach, certainly not amongst the others, but they both look like mega damage weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that.
No worries. So they just found 2 bodies and 2 mega damage weapons. The bodies are Burian and Oleg in front of the barn.
Dead by werewolf.
And by a werewolf?
Well, Feder says it looks like a large wolf attacked.
Yeah.
They're very dead.
I should have done this. Dead by werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
Should we burn their bodies?
You know, I know we had this conversation, John. What's typical burial rites for Cossacks?
No. That is not what I am referring to. And this is the most serious you've ever seen Z-Teach. Ever.
No. I'm out of character.
He's out of character at the moment.
We had this conversation before, and I can't remember what we ended up on.
Standard Orthodox, which is a coffin. It's just like if you or I got buried in a traditional American burial, similar. Okay. The only difference is that the Orthodox tend to write scripture and stuff on around the coffin.
But it's not common to burn the bodies.
No, it is not.
Okay. So
might I suggest a burial on a pyre?
What?
If we have the time.
If this is a werewolf attack, I don't know. Well, they're dead. Werewolves don't make zombie werewolves.
This must be why you wanted to teach me the sword. Yes, to decapitate bodies like these.
Orist walks away.
This is one of the most strange. Like he's talking matter of factly.
Well, so just FYI, I'm putting my OOC thing up. Nobody's actually said werewolf. We just said, and my question is,
You said it 3 times.
no, out of character. I was.
You said death by werewolf, but
Right.
you didn't say it was out of character, so I didn't know it was out of
I did.
character.
I had my hand on my head when I was saying.
Oh,
it.
I can't see you.
Oh well, I didn't know that.
In fairness, I've got my screen set up so I can see everybody, and Mark did have his hand on his head.
That's fine, but that's why I was making the assumptions.
Yeah, but my point is like I don't think anybody said that. And are werewolves common in Ukraine? Like, is that anything?
I don't think werewolves are ever common, but
But you know what I'm saying.
I got high marks. Zeke got high marks in the combat of monsters classes he took.
Mm.
Right, but I'm guessing like I don't know what I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to ask like
You've heard rumors about them in neighboring Romania. So, yes, Z-Teach, they're not common. They're rare anywhere. However, for Ukraine, this is a werewolf would not be commonly uncommon in Ukraine.
right. So what I'm really trying to get at is like our culture is saturated with werewolves, vampires, and things like that. Like they're top of mind items for us. But would we even make that jump to a conclusion in this setting? Is more what I'm getting at. I don't want to.
It's not going to be the first. You don't have Halloween. It's not a common thing. You've heard stories about them over in Romania, Transylvania, all of that. But
I would look at this and think it's actually a wolf attack, not jump to werewolves, right?
Well, I mean, it's your character, but the NPCs are going to assume it's a wolf attack.
Large wolf bites. ZT would like to make like a medical or smarts check to see if he notices any other wounds.
Okay.
Claw wounds or things like that.
Yeah.
That would help him to agree or disagree with.
Well, I think you'd be proffering it actually at this point, or not, because I personally wouldn't have said werewolf or anything of that sort. That's what I was trying to get.
No, and I understand you now. Now that you've said it, I understand you.
Yeah.
I had just thought that was the assumption everyone was making.
Just make it. Did you do smarts? Yeah,
Yes.
There you go. You've got 3 raises there. You see, and you had the combating monster class. Oddly enough, you did really well in that class.
Mm-hmm.
The professor seemed to, you remember, towards the end of that class, he actually kind of wondered if you wanted to become one of his proteges. You were doing so well. And I'll let you decide how that turned out. But you got 3 raises here. So not only do you see claw marks and bite marks, you also estimate that at the shoulder, the wolf at the shoulder had to be 5 to 6 foot tall, right? And I'm doing that. That's the way they measure horses, right? At the shoulder, right? So I'm saying at the wolf's shoulder was probably 5 or 6 feet tall, which means his head would be above that. And hundreds of pounds. And the jaw marks are the jaw wounds are huge. The other thing you notice, finally, you kind of look and you suddenly realize that these two were wearing MDC armor.
And it tore through them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll turn to the rest of the people here and I'll say, it's strange that you would say the wolves did this. Whatever this was able to claw through this much more powerful armor and chose these men and not. And he'll look into the
little guard shack.
stables, and we'll see that the horses. How are they faring?
Skittish, scared, but fine.
But fine, and that's the key there. And he'll look around and I'll fluff this because it's whether or not you say, but he'll spot a fairly large track, and he'll say the beast had to have been like a full horse high and carrying lots of weight on him to be able to take down these two men so quickly. Even a pack of medium-sized wolves wouldn't be able to do this kind of damage that quickly. You're looking
So-
at a werewolf.
Would Z-Teach know what a werewolf is?
Oh yeah.
Z-Teach does. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, because he took the class thing.
Yeah.
Zichi comes from a world where magic is far more prevalent, so
Yeah.
he may not know Japan whether or not it exists, but he knows about things like fae and vampires and werewolves and
Yeah.
ghosts.
Sveta will chime in and agree. She hasn't fought any or studied them, but she does have a hammer that's specifically tailored to supernatural monsters, so she is familiar with them. And just knowing the amount of strength that it would have to take to cut through MDC armor like that, she would know it's not a regular wolf, and that it would have to be something.
That's true.
I will bring Danilo and Feder and Apostle and Boyani into Z-Teach and Zveta and I's kind of area, beckon them in, and I will turn to them and say, have any of you ever seen or faced a werewolf before besides Z-Teach?
The other thing you notice, by the way, Z-Teach, since you rolled so well,
Too well.
Too well.
so well, the tracks look bipedal, and you can actually see the tracks leave the scene because it's an inch of snow.
Ooh.
And it goes to the blacksmith shop, and about 10 feet before the shop, the last prints before the blacksmith shop are much deeper, and so they just end 10 feet before that, and you look up and there's a slanted roof, and you see about 5 feet onto the roof, you see the tracks begin and run down the row of buildings.
I will pass that information to the people that track things much better than me. And he'll feel that shiver down his spine. That was the main reason he didn't take up the cause of being that monster hunter.
What is Z-Teach's last name? Van Helsing?
I'm not a full priest yet. So honestly, Federer starts to say something 3 times, and every time he starts to talk, he stops and starts again, and Danilo looks at him and nods his head and says yes, and starts to talk and can't get it out either.
This is what I was talking about last night, Danilo. Something is wrong with this town. Who's the best tracker out of... I'll actually ask them, Danilo, Feder, Apostle Boyani, who's the best tracker amongst you?
Danilo
I-
chokes as he says it, but he looks at you and he says, Bert, Brurian.
Not to interrupt, but shouldn't we ask around to see if this is a common occurrence here?
No one will say anything.
People do tend to keep to themselves.
I point to Danilo and Feder. This is not. They can't talk. I saw it last night in the tavern with the serving girl.
The werewolf?
No, they can't talk. The town can't talk about it. I don't know why or how, but people can't talk about when they've experienced something in this town. I have a feeling that the girl that we saw riding into town last night playing the violin was also a werewolf.
Interesting.
It is interesting, and thank you for the segue. Coming from above the cliff, which means across the road, because you're behind the tavern. So if we go from where you are, you look through the tavern, across the road, across the next building, and there's a cliff. And from up above the cliff, you hear violin music. It is beautiful, but it's very sad. Apostle looks at you and says, Orist,
Yes?
I don't know what this evil is, and I can't speak for anyone else, but it is my intention. I will avenge Burian.
Agreed. Let's track. As much as I want to go get answers from the violin, I think we should track while we can in the snow across the rooftops that Z-Teach saw. See if it leads us right to the Count's house. I have a feeling it will.
So you, before even moving, you remember that at the Yiva had told you that
the Count's house was through the town if it kept going left, and then it would turn to the right, and there was the Count's house.
yes. So you're standing behind the tavern and you're looking at the tavern. Your back is to the barn, right?
Yep.
The tracks go to the left. The Count's house is to the right. Let me think about that for a minute.
That doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't. You're absolutely right. The count, as you look, the tracks go to the right. Let me revise this. The tracks go to the right.
Okay.
And the Count's house is to the left.
To the left.
Which means he leaped up on top of the tavern, not on top, because the blacksmith shop is to the left. So he leapt up on top of, thank you for that clarification. He jumped up on top of the tavern and ran across the rooftops that way. It is the opposite side from his house.
Okay. And that would also be the direction of the violinist at this point then, correct?
Where you saw her, yes.
Yes. So in that case, retcon, let's go find out some answers from the violinist.
Now the cliff is, I don't know. You know, it's you can't climb the fence, and you'd have to climb the building or fence. Cliff, you can't climb the cliff, and you would have to climb the building in front of the cliff to get to the cliff. If that makes any sense.
There's
right?
no other.
Well,
Wait.
you'd have to go to the left or right.
We
to
could
get up
just
the
ride.
cliff.
We could just ride back in the way we came up the path, and then come back down onto the cliff, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying we should do.
Okay. Are you taking horses? Are you walking? And are you
Taking
following the footprints in the snow?
both. I think we'll have like Apostle and Danilo um, and I will follow the footprints. And the footprints are on top, right?
On top of the
So
buildings, yes.
yeah, so then I'll have Z Teach. Why don't you ride and lead my horse? And
Well,
Sveta,
you can ride behind the buildings. It's going the same direction as towards the top of the cliff. At least at this point, the footprints are going that way. So you could just mount up and ride in, and you can see the footprints because of the snow
okay, sure,
and the full moon illuminating the roof. So it is actually easy to track. You don't need to have any special skill.
okay.
Okay, so you guys ride. You get to the end of the row of buildings, and yes, this is the way you came in, and you can see the footprints go to the edge of the roof, and then you don't see footprints until about 30 feet away from the building.
Mm-hmm.
And they veer off down the mountain towards the forest.
But we still hear the violin music playing.
While you were riding to this point, it kind of faded. It actually, the music started right as Z-Teach started to point out that he thought this was a werewolf. That was when it started.
Creepy.
She could be a ghost that was killed by the werewolves. And as
Or
I
is
say
it someone who likes to play music?
There's this 14-year-old kid likes to set out on top of the cliff, play violin. Yeah. Who can know what it is?
well, let's continue to follow the tracks then.
Okay. It is after 2 a.m. and you follow them down the mountain about a quarter mile, and then they go right into a forest.
All right, so here's my super dumb question of the day. We're obviously not going into the forest, but my question
Why?
becomes,
Oh, right, the death.
yeah, like I immediately whiplash the phone cord to Z Teach as soon as he says why. Do we see the tracks going into the forest?
Yes. Although it wasn't. The road, when you got to the edge of the town, the road goes up the mountain, right?
Right.
Because this is the way you came.
Right.
So the tracks start 30 feet from the building and head down the mountain
Into the forest. where there's no road.
perpendicular from the town towards this forest. Now the forest, because you're, I don't know, it's a quarter mile. Well, no, it's about a mile away from the town is where the forest is. But the forest does curve back up the mountain, not exactly the way you came, but it does head up. And the tracks beeline to the forest, but about a quarter mile before the forest started curving back up the mountain. However, they do end going into the forest.
I think the best bet would be to go slightly up the mountain from here above the forest and see if we can see where the tracks lead. Hopefully, maybe out further.
Okay, I understand. So you stay away from the forest and follow that up the mountain.
Correct.
So about a quarter mile before you get to the road you came down, the forest ends. And so you curve around that end and um, you do see the footprints come out and head towards the road you came down.
We will continue to follow then.
They go up towards the road. As you get past that cliff, that you saw before,
Mm-hmm.
as you go past, you see her again.
See, teach.
And you don't recognize the music, but it is, as I said, beautiful and sad.
Does Danilo? I do eyes on. Does Danilo and Federer and Apostle and Boyani see her too, as well?
Danilo looks at you and said, "This is what you were talking about?"
Uh huh.
I see it. We hadn't seen it before.
Okay.
How far away are we, approximately?
From her on top the cliff,
Mm-hmm.
straight up, it's probably it's probably 3 football fields up, and it's not completely up down, so you're probably um 3 football fields up and straight across this way, um maybe 1,000 feet. Again, as you go by, as I described before, if you were trying to talk to her, you would have to scream it. She's far enough away. You'd have to be trying to scream or shout at the top of your lungs for her to hear you.
I think I'm going to. How much would it mess with things if I cast a spell and attempted to talk to her?
If that's what you want to do.
Zteach will nod to Bullet Train and Sveta and will close his eyes and whisper under his breath. And then he will take a couple feathers out of a pouch, crumble them up, and then blow them into the air. And as they blow into the air, they turn and crumble into dust. As he attempts to cast Mega Fly.
Mega.
Is that everybody flying?
Mega fly.
No, just me.
Okay, so you've got three raises. Oh, 2 raises. 2 raises.
2 raises.
Yeah. 3 levels of success, 2 raises.
Yep. And he will fly extremely fast up to hover in front of her, maybe 20 feet in front of her.
As you get to that 20-foot mark, and you start to slow down to stop at the 20-foot, she lowers the violin. Looks like she smiles at you, and she fades away.
Okay, Zitish will hover for a second, like staring at the space. Did she seem corporeal?
She faded away.
Well, I mean, other than fading away, before
Prior
she
to
faded
fading away, she looked like she was really there.
Okay. He will move over to the edge of the stone and see if
Okay.
there's anything there that might have been left. Marks, a body, blood stains, worn violin.
Yes,
haunted
you
object.
actually see you actually see a broken necklace. It's um, it's gold, um, with or looks gold with clear stones, maybe diamonds. I'm not sure this is your expertise. It's about this thick, if you can see my fingers,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a band of metal studded with with what look like diamonds, and on the bottom side it's crenellated. It comes to a point, and then there is a large diamond at the bottom of every point. And so as it goes along, like it's, castles are crenellated, right?
Right,
So it
right.
has these well, here it comes down like this, and where this one ends, another one. So it's just the bottom is like this and ends with a dangling diamond, and it's not broke at the clasp. It's actually broke as if something broke through it, kind of to on the left side, and it's laying there at the top.
Ztich will gather up any of the pieces he can from this, because this is not his expertise at all. He will try to gather up as many of the pieces as he can. He'll look around and say to the air around him, "We'll find who did this to you." And then he will walk to the edge and just fall over the edge
Okay.
and fly down, kind of carrying as if they were like an egg, just very delicate.
Right.
And then when he gets to the bottom, he'll touch down and he'll like offer them out to Speta or Bullet Train, um, because he doesn't know anything about how precious metal is formed or how to fix this, or he could probably tell that it was violently ripped just because of how it's
Oh yeah, that's
broken
obvious.
apart. That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah, yeah.
obvious, but other than that, he couldn't even tell you how much this was worth. Given his option, if it weren't found at like the foot of a ghost, he would probably be attaching it to his armor or to his ley line walker outfit.
Right.
But this has much more purpose and use than that. So he will hand it probably to Sveta,
Yeah,
because Sveta is the metalworker.
I'll take a look at it, and I don't know if you could tell me if it has any magical properties or spiritual things.
Um,
And
you
I
don't
assume
notice that
if
um it is a very high carat gold. Yeah. Um, Gorgeous looking yellow gold, not white gold. It is diamonds. As far as value, um, this I don't know that you've seen a non-magical necklace that is worth what this is. I mean, here on our Earth, this is something, assuming it wasn't torn in half, this is something expect to see in the locked in the Tower of London, that the Queen occasionally put on.
Hmm.
hmm, hmm,
Some Hollywood actress would wear it to the Oscars or something.
yeah,
Okay.
okay, so I'll share that information
And
with.
I won't put a dollar amount because I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
jewelry well enough. I'm just saying, you know.
it'd be a little weird to sell a haunted necklace, anyways. um, hmm. Okay, so I'll tell
Um,
that to Z Teach. Um,
as he's been flying up, and as you've been kind of coming towards this direction, the snow's been getting heavier,
Of course it has.
and it's the wind gusts are getting a little stronger.
Well, once they get that stuff stowed, Cyberhorse and I will push forward, following the
So
tracks.
yeah, the The tracks kind of go up the hill and um, along the top of the cliff. Um, you get it goes to the point where the cliff is probably 4 feet tall, and you can see where um, it's jumped from the road on top of the cliff. Now you have to ride on with your horse to kind of get there,
Right.
but you follow it maybe 10 feet past that, and because of the heavy um, snow and the blowing wind, you don't see the tracks anymore. However, for 10 feet, they were going parallel to the top of the cliff, which is back towards the other side of town.
Of course it is. Um,
By the way, Z-Teach,
Hmm.
you got close enough. Since you've been here in Ukraine, before she faded away, this is the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. Her
Of course she
features
is.
were flawless.
Of course she is. Could I make a smarts roll to check two things? One, a guess at her approximate age, and two, to see if I remember if she was wearing that necklace.
Yes,
Okay. Do you want two smarts checks or just one?
just one.
Okay.
So that's a raise. Um, so you you didn't see the necklace on her. And approximate age, I would say, um, approximately 32, 33.
Okay.
So young-ish, at least for me. She had not only beautiful, but she just has, I don't know, how would you describe it? Like a royal bearing,
Okay.
the way she carried herself.
like
So I
maybe
would
like
say
a
at this point,
countess.
Z-Teach fully believes that she was wearing, whether or not her ghost was, she is the person who used to belong to this necklace.
You're welcome.
Freaking Mark.
What? I missed something.
No. He was making a Mark pun comment off of you had said that I saw the most beautiful girl in the world, and now the song stuck in my head.
I started
That's a
whispering.
song?
I started whispering, "Hey, did you happen to see the most beautiful girl in
Oh,
the world?
right. That song, right. How
And
could I
if you've
forget?
seen her, was she crying? Crying? Yeah. Yeah. Someone with that much money in this area, I'm just gonna go out on a cliff and say that it's probably a countess.
Go out on a cliff.
Is Fly still working? Can I take Shinkansen up there and drop him?
Um, is yeah. Well, of course, the tracks are gone, and it's only going to target more of our men if they stay here because we're the outsiders. I want. I turn to all four of them. I say, Apostle, Boyani, are they Danilo and Fetter? Go, ride to get supplies if you need them, but make haste and go. I think have already started to be affected by the town. Rejoin the host in Arthur's camp. We will take care of this. I will follow the signs. I will and I stop Boyani and I clasp his arm and I say, I will avenge Burian.
Apostle who had spoke earlier about revenge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Boyani. I'm sorry, Apostle. And then I also say the same for Oleg.
Apostle looks at you and says, we're going nowhere. I will find vengeance. I will not leave. Not until whatever creature did this to Burian and to Oleg, I will have revenge. And Danilo, Feder, and Boyani look and nod their heads.
That they're staying or that they're going?
Staying.
All right, we need a signal then. If you find yourself unable to talk about something, snap twice. Have you seen or fought a werewolf? I asked for Danilo and Feder.
They all nod no.
Really?
We
Before when I asked that, they were trying to say something and couldn't spit it out, and then eventually said yes. I'm not misremembering that, right?
So they couldn't speak because they were in shock.
But they
right?
did eventually
Like you
say
see
yes.
something, something that surprises you, and you're like, and you don't even know what the frick to say. There was no magical conundrum, whatever, and this was obvious to you. And I'm telling you this because apparently I misdescribed. They just were in such shock. They were trying to talk, but couldn't even figure out. I mean, they're ripped to shreds by something. There's this horror factor. They woke up in the middle of the night and trying in their brain to structure a sentence, and it's just like, what the fuck do I say about what the heck do I say about this family show? What do I say about this? And literally just mentally couldn't put no magic spell or anything. Just, this is so freaking horrible. I don't know what to say. And when Danilo said yes, he looked at Feder and was agreeing with him. I don't know what to say either. That's what the yes meant.
Oh, okay. All right.
So he was looking at Feder and saying, yeah. So that's what all that was. So you don't have, don't take that to mean there's some conspiracy that they can't talk.
Okay. Because I said that out loud at the time and you didn't say anything about that, so I thought I was on the right track.
I guess I missed it. I apologize.
That's okay. Okay. Well, then, never mind. I wouldn't ask that question.
Got it.
Them. All right, then. Let's go back. And it was
the middle of the night, and you're all tired.
Let's go back, but is the wax-coated guy named... I got it.
Taurus, isn't it?
No. Taurus was the other one. It was
Philip.
Philip.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Is Philip there standing in his box?
No.
I will go into the thing or into the tavern. Is the proprietor or the yellow-haired girl there?
Again, it's 2:30 in the morning. No. what you do find is when you walk in, um, there's a you're basically walking into um, we would nowadays we would call it a mud room,
Mm-hmm.
right? And off to the right side, as you walk in, there's a small cot, and you see him sleeping there.
I will wake him up.
And he kind of starts awake and rubs his eyes, sits, and says, he looks at you and he says, "What time is it? Do you need your horses?"
Did you not hear the screams and gunfire?
I, I'm sorry. I must have slept. There was gunfire.
2 people are dead.
That's horrible.
I tried to sleep through it. Strange that you were able to. um, all right. Is there a undertaker in this town?
Yes. What time is it? He's probably asleep.
Do you plan on leaving corpses in front of the door for the morning?
Oh, that's not good. We should probably put them someplace um, until morning, and then we can go see the Undertaker.
Thanks for following Vitus Apollo Gaming. You're a rock star. I'm thinking, yeah, that's fine. I'll help move the bodies, and then I will go to sleep.
Okay. So, there's he finds an empty stall in the barn. Is his suggestion, and he says we can leave the bodies here, and he unless you stop him, he covers them with a tarp, and
That's fine.
yeah, and
And I'll collect the weapons and any personal belongings.
okay.
I have Burian and Bolex.
Yeah, it's a plasma rifle and a high-powered laser rifle. Burani had the plasma rifle. Oleg had the laser rifle. And Burian, I meant Burian, not Boyani. Burian had the plasma pistol or rifle. And you on Burian you find a prayer beads.
Okay.
And you find I don't know, personal effects, nothing
Yeah.
special. He's got well, it's no good anymore, but he did have MDC armor.
Right. No, that's fine.
Not a powered suit, nothing like that, but
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then I will I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna I think I'm gonna stand watch down here.
okay.
Not where they were. Be in the shadows, watching.
Okay. Okay. Zetich and Sveta. Well, Zetich would know this. You wouldn't, but Zetich, when he found them, they were inside the barn.
Past that.
When they were
So-
alive, right?
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna
Um,
try. I'm gonna try and do it a little bit differently. Are there like rafters in the barn?
Yes, a
Okay,
hayloft.
I'm gonna climb up into the rafters,
Okay.
and I will sit legs dangling off of one of the beams, and that's where not in line of eyesight, but like towards the edge,
Okay. I got you.
and that's where I will keep watch of the horses.
Okay. Sveta, Z-Teach, are you going to bed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so morning comes without further incident. Um, you, Orist, you smell, um, breakfast is apparently cooking. You can smell that coming from the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
And Sveta and Orist, you hear other commotion, people moving around the tavern, beginning to wake up, and that's what wakes you up. It's 7:30ish. It's beginning to get light. Um, the snow continues. It's about 6 inches of snow at this point. It's covered up the blood that was in front of the barn.
Is has has why Peter? What's his name?
Um,
Peter.
yeah, it's
Philip. Has Philip shown
yeah.
up yet for his box?
If you walk out, yes, he's standing at his little shack.
Okay, then I'm going in. I'm going to eat breakfast, and then I'm going to go sleep for a couple hours.
Okay. Um, breakfast is a chunk of ham, some eggs, um, a it seems like it's from probably the same loaf, uh,
Hmm.
and some bread and some pickles.
Great. I'll sleep well on that.
And about the time you're getting your food, Z-Teach and Sveta arrive and sit with you, and you're all served at once.
Good morning. How did you sleep?
Slept well.
Worried that something was going to break in and kill us while we slept.
That's why I stayed awake.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yes,
Uh,
because one Cossack protecting us is definitely better than two Cossacks in very strong armor.
okay, next time you can keep watch. And then
If it is, I will make sure that I watch and only watch. Those things are dangerous.
I'm sure they are, but if we had no horses, it will be twice as difficult.
That's true.
Better shows up and asks you, or well, kind of the table in general. Actually, have we made arrangements with the Undertaker?
I believe it still needs to be done. I spoke with Philip about it last night. We've moved the bodies to the barn.
Shall we talk with him now, or
Yes, and I believe Zveta is headed to the blacksmith to accomplish what she needs to do here.
Yeah. Before I leave, Sveta will ask Z-Teach what he knows of werewolves. Their weaknesses, what we would need to prepare.
Whenever she
If we were to
starts to
encounter
say
one.
that, he will put a hand up, looking around the room.
Mm.
I am afraid the walls have ears. Here. Be careful. Is the blonde in?
You have a yes. She's serving you breakfast. You have a message, Z-Teach.
I asked the blonde last night when you were telling us about the count. You never mentioned. Is there a countess?
He is a single man. He lives alone in his manor.
Always alone? Or
I do not recall that he's ever been married. He has been with us for a long time. I remember he would come occasionally to the tavern, even when I was a small child.
Underworld. As you walked off, Z-Teach will lean over to Sveta,
Mm.
and he'll say, "Well, if these are anything like the ones back home, they'll be immune to most damage. Even magical weapons, spells, wash over their fur like nothing. They can take massive damage from wolf white. I think that's what we called it back on my world. It was a metal, a very shiny, very
Yes,
very shiny metal.
what I believe you're referencing is what we call silver here, which
Do you have any? I was able to. It was rare back home, but we did have a couple of ingots we were able to look over and examine, test with.
I do have a couple ingots. I'll have to see if I can do something with them.
But it would seem that wolf white is really the only metal that was able to really harm them. There were a couple of spells that had been practiced and developed, that were being developed to combat some of the more unique beasties. But something based on the curse or the magic that makes the werewolves what they are, it makes them juggernauts.
Yeah, I've heard of them in stories from my father's tales, but I've never faced one myself. I'll see what I can do to make sure we're prepared. And with that, I'm going to get up and go towards the smithy.
Okay. Feder kind of looks at Orist impatiently. Shall we make arrangements now?
yes,
Okay.
of course.
He looks at Z-Teach and says, "Will you come too?"
Sure.
So Sveta excuses herself and heads to the blacksmith shop, and you guys, all of you, go out the door, and Sveta goes to the left, and you guys go to the right. Yiva had told you, and yes, the blonde lady Yiva was the one serving you. And Yiva had told you that the Undertaker was to the right. So you guys head down there. It's obvious where the shop is. There's a sign. And Feder opens the door and holds it open for you guys to follow and heads in.
Any signs of Stone Cold Steve Austin? The Rock. Sorry.
And so you guys go in, and there is a a slender man in there in a
Slender Man's in there. No.
there is a man that happens to be slender that's in there, and he's in a fancier dress. There's a vest. He's not wearing a tie. He's balding, gray hair, and he looks at kind of all of you at once and says, "How can I help you? Has there been another death?"
Another. How many recently?
Well, he points, and it's an open shop with tables, and he points to his left, and as he points, he walks over and he pulls back a sheet and he says, "This young woman died last night."
Do we recognize her?
You don't recognize her? She. You don't see any wounds on her. She looks very pale and almost kind of gaunt.
It's werewolves and vampires. I'm telling you now. I would like to make a. That's out of character. Sorry. What did she die from?
I've no idea. I saw no wounds on her.
And is this a common occurrence around here?
We have had some deaths. I wonder if it is some kind of plague or something.
Plague, the number must be high. How
Well-
many do you think this season?
3 or 4. 1 a month.
I'm going to ask you a question, friend, and it may sound odd. But have you ever seen someone on the cliff outside of town playing the violin?
No, I have not.
Have you heard howling?
Oh, yeah, I think there's wolves in the forest.
If you were to have people who had been attacked by a strange creature, let's say a werewolf, how would you put them to peace?
Werewolf. That's the stories of a man that turns into a wolf, yes?
Yes.
I think dead is dead. I don't think there's anything special.
Okay. Well, we will need your services for 2 people. They were killed by wolves last night.
Oh, friends?
Yes.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Do you need me to go and escort the bodies?
Yes, please.
Okay. And would you like me to prepare them for a funeral?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes, I will do that immediately. Where are they located?
They're currently in the stables at the tavern.
I understand. Yes, I will go immediately to get them.
Thank you.
Okay. Will you come back later for the arrangements?
Let's do as much as we can now, if that's all right.
Okay. There is a field. It is down the mountain, behind the town. And would you like a stone or any kind of marking?
What's the tradition for us on that side? Are they unmarked so that they can ride the plains, or is it Is there normally a marker? I don't know what the tradition is there.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. I'm trying to pull something out my backside. Um, um, yeah, let's go with that. That sounds good. Now, you don't typically use a marker because one, I mean, you don't want to. Yeah, it's they ride the planes.
Okay. So yeah.
I'll go with that.
Okay. We'll do that.
Okay. Okay. Were they any form of royalty or?
I'm sorry.
uh,
I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. It's the normal crosses.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking. I found a thing about Cossack burial.
Okay. Crosses. Absolutely. He says like
Yeah.
a stone cross.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. A wood cross is fine, actually.
Okay. Okay. I can do that. I have a man that can make that. It's very nice, I assure you. It will take him a week to make though. The two of them, but I will. I don't know if you will be here then or not, but we will ensure that by the end of the week we will have um, crosses. By the way, it's Saturday. Yesterday was, well, obviously Friday. Um,
Out of curiosity, how long would the stone ones take?
a couple weeks.
Okay.
I have a different man that is very good at carving.
Let's do that.
Okay, I can do that.
Only because I found that the Cossack ones are actually stone.
Okay. He quotes you a price, and I don't know. Whatever's on your character sheet, you have enough to pay that.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, would it be good to barter one of the guns?
He kind of. I have no idea what I would do with that.
Sell it.
I. It's easier for me to deal with coins. If maybe you could sell it elsewhere in the town and bring me the money you make from selling it.
Of course, I can try.
Okay.
Absolutely. So I will stop at the general store, I guess.
Okay.
Or the blacksmith, or both. See
Um,
what
the blacksmith offers you a higher price, and it's enough to pay for everything that he said he was going to charge you.
Perfect. We'll do that.
Okay. While you notice that you went in to see the general store, walked past the tavern, and then as you went past that gap to get to the blacksmith, you noticed that the man behind the building, the man showed up with a
Cart.
wagon with
Yeah.
horses and was collecting the bodies. Sveta.
Was there a
Yes.
coffin in the back of the wagon? Sorry. I'm done.
No, there was not.
I know. It was a joke. I'm done.
Oh, I got you. Sveta, you walk over to the store. The store is open. There's a man in there.
Okay.
He just kind of nods, acknowledging that you walked into the store.
I have now forgotten why I was going to the store.
It's the blacksmith, and you were going to do blacksmith things.
Oh, okay, the smithy. Okay, I thought you meant like the general store.
No.
So yeah, so I walk up to the smithy and ask him if he's the one who provides the inn with their silver goblets.
His name. He by the way, his name is Pavlo. He says, yeah. He says, I'm Pavlo. I'm the blacksmith. He says, I have a little bit of silver, and they did order some goblets.
Would I be able to buy some silver from you?
Just the
Or
raw metal.
yes, just the raw metal, or if you don't have any, some goblets would work as well.
He has two ingots. Um, it's two ingots. Each uh, each one is about the size of two Twinkies. Long ways.
Okay. Um, how much would each ingot cost?
Um, I can sell you these for 100 credits.
Okay, I'll take that. And do you have any jobs to do to earn money?
Smithing jobs?
Yes, sir. I'm a traveling blacksmith.
Um, no, I do the work myself. I don't have enough work to pay somebody else.
It's fine. Would you mind if I use your smith? Your
I was heading there now. You're familiar? You know what you're doing?
I am, yes.
Okay. Well, let's go see what you can do.
All right.
And
Uh,
he flips a sign around that says open, that says I'm in back, and he locks the door, and he walks through the back of the shop and opens that, walks across the snow, opens double doors, and inside the double doors is a smithy.
okay. Um, because as Aura said, this is out of character. Because of what Aura said with the town possibly having ears, I'd like to stick to regular blacksmithing, not fancy blacksmithing.
Okay.
Um, so, what I'd like to do is, and I don't know how long this would take in regular blacksmithing
Right
time,
back.
Okay.
but make at least one, preferably two, uh, as close as I can make to katanas without being a Japanese expert myself, um, with a silver blade.
Um, so the amount of silver you have, unless you have some more silver, and um, are you saying you have silver, or what makes you said earlier you had silver. What made you say that?
In my inventory, I just say from when I was creating my character, it says 1,500 credits worth of tradable items, and it just says colon various small amounts of rare metals. Just I don't know. I just kind of
Okay,
threw that
fair
in there
enough.
as that would be my trappings for what my tradable items were. But I didn't really specify exactly how much of what I had.
Where does it say that?
In the stashed section of my gear.
Stash.
I think it's down to the bottom.
Yeah. So I
Oh,
don't
it's up
really,
at the top. I see. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, so I don't really know what small amounts are, but I just threw it in there. So
Yeah.
if I needed a small amount of metal for making something look fancy, I have it.
Yeah. You don't have enough silver to make an actual weapon out of. And the amount of silver he gave you, um,
Could I? So Japanese katanas, I think, have an inner core of a harder steel and an outer core
yes,
of a softer steel. Could I do
yes,
that same thing, but the inner core where the edge is being silver?
yes,
So that way I'm not using as
yes.
much.
Yeah, so you're trying to make a strong inner core with a sharp silver edge.
Yes.
And you want to make two katanas or a katana and a wakizashi? What are we making?
Um.
Katana Wakazashi.
Okay. Yeah. What the katana and wakizashi? I want to try and mimic the weapons that Orist is used to.
Okay. Okay. Give me a blacksmithing roll.
Come on, big money.
Okay. Well, you've got a raise. Um, so because you're not using your magic hammers, um, it's right. You're not using your magic hammers, right?
Um.
Or
I
are you?
I don't plan to.
Okay. So no problem. So you're not using your invisible middle arm.
No. I mean, if you tell me like making the sword is going to take 3 weeks, then I'll have to reconsider. But
No, it's going to take you. It's going to take you. I mean, yeah, I don't know how long it takes. A normal samurai sword is folded 1,000 times,
yeah,
and I think actually takes months to make.
yeah,
But because you're the magic blacksmith, I'll let you somehow, even using normal stuff, just these two weapons, you can have them done by the end of the day. Now, I will say this. This normally takes months, and even though you're not using your invisible middle arm and you're not using your 3 golden hammers, yours and the blacksmith is in there working with you, he's still going to be shocked and stunned and wonder what the heck and how the heck if you're going to
yeah.
make this in a day. I mean, you're making something normal people can't do what you're about to do, right?
Yeah.
So anything short of taking like 3-4 weeks to make this, he's going to be surprised.
Yeah.
Now, there's wow, I don't know how you did that. You must be really skillful. Wow, you have golden magic hammers and an invisible arm. There's a big
Yeah.
difference between those.
Yeah. 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 One is confusion and one is blatant knowing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll do that then.
So, I mean, you've already rolled. You have a raise. And yes, end of the now. Because you specified katana and wakizashi, explain to me. Um, you've seen Oris. You don't have a lot of knowledge about this. Um, so, um, explain to me how you're doing the handle of the swords. And specifically, I'm wondering about the Suba, which is the handguard, and the what you're making the handguards out of.
I'm thinking I would just make the handguards out of, a textured steel instead of doing a leather wrap
Okay.
or
All
whatever
right.
those, because that's not my expertise. My expertise is making steel weapons.
Right.
You know,
Okay. So you can do that.
So just make
And
something that looks nice, but
right.
isn't.
And the Suba, the handguard.
Um,
Mark and I, Mark and I haven't had this conversation, but while I don't know while decoratively I don't know what it is, you have noticed that his handguard is very decorative.
okay.
Um, so I don't know what is on Horus. You can think about that, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you just doing a round disc, or are you doing something decorative? And if you're doing something decorative, what are you doing?
I'll do something a little decorative, like a round disc, but it will have like the picture of a like wolf's head engraved on like either side of the blade. And
How
Nice.
fitting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So just FYI, in real world, it takes 15 men 6 months to create
Yeah, there you go.
a single katana.
Yeah.
But again, this isn't.
Yeah. No, I
Most
get
of
it. I
that's
get it. I
because
get it.
yeah.
Well, no, you'd be surprised. Actually, it's 2 weeks just to polish it,
Wow.
grinding
I
and polishing.
I ain't saying this is museum quality katana.
No,
This is
I'm with you. I'm with you. I know. I'm with you.
rough as close as I can get it, just based on what I've seen from your katana, not knowing.
So, stat-wise, let me give you the stats on these.
And if you want, Mark, you can just mark this down in your inventory.
Yeah,
'cause they are going to you.
that's what I'm doing.
Huh. Sword isn't in the index. Special weapons are, though. Come on now. Aren't weapons in here somewhere? Ah, 72. 72. Katana. So these are going to do strength plus D6 plus 1.
Okay. For both,
Um
or just the katana and the wakizashi is different.
Bum, bum, bum. Why? Yeah, make the wakizashi strength. What are your
So the wakizashi, the other wakizashi is strength plus D6 plus D10.
and what's your katana?
Strength plus D10 plus D10.
Okay, yeah. So make the wakizashi strength D4 plus 1,
Okay.
and weight is 3 for the katana and 2 for the wakizashi, and yeah.
Got it.
I think that's everything we need.
What's the damage for the katana?
Strength D6 plus 1.
Mm.
And that's SDC, by the way.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Mm.
How do I STC? All right.
Yeah, if you want to make an MDC weapon, you have to pull out your golden hammers.
Hmm.
So
I was just thinking, like, would an MDC even matter if, I mean, the werewolf can already snap through MDCs, so like.
who can know? So while Sveta's in the blacksmith shop all day, the snow continues to fall. Zetich and Orist, what are you doing all day long?
Well, after arrangements are made, Zichi's just going to go back and sleep for a couple hours.
Okay.
What about you, Zitich?
Gigi's just gonna go sleep for a couple hours. try to rest and soak up some of the PowerPoints.
Okay. You remember what I told you, Z Teach?
Yep.
You're feeling it stronger today. Today is the full moon.
There's a ley line nearby. Well, relatively nearby. And it may be affecting some things with this werewolf. The werewolf is a magical being.
I would actually like to look at the. Not to interrupt if you have something to do, Daniel.
Nope. No, that's it.
Okay. I would like to look at the general store.
Okay.
And since I went to the blacksmith's, look at the. I don't know what they might have, but I'm interested to find out if there's anything interesting.
When you wake up, it's lunchtime. Are
Mhm.
you guys going to eat lunch before you go and do things?
Probably yes.
Okay. When you go in to eat lunch, at the table in the corner, Marco is eating lunch. The Count is not with him.
Mm-hmm. One Marco. I don't know. I will stop, or as Z Teach comes down, or is Z Teach coming down for lunch also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are together.
At
least that was my understanding.
Yeah, that was my understanding too, but I wanted to make sure. I will whisper quietly to Z Teach. I mean, should we just confront him? Or let it go for now?
Confront who?
Marco. And I nod over to Marco in the corner there.
You can, and I'll of course back you up. But
Do you think that's the wrong play?
I think we need information.
I'm trying to figure out where we could get it in this town since everyone seems either hesitant to talk about it or talk about anything. Everyone seems to have their head poked into a hole in the ground, and that doesn't seem natural to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask. There's one thing we haven't looked at in this town. I will ask
Eva?
Eva if there is a church in the town.
Yes. Yes. It's you actually rode past it.
Okay. All right.
It's on the side of the town away from the cliff.
Do we? I'll turn to. I will thank her, and then I will turn to Z-Teach and I will say, "Do you think maybe we tip our hand to try and make him nervous in mentioning, the word loudly?"
I mean, you can and see what his reaction is.
I will ask Eva, um, have you ever heard of a werewolf? The story about a werewolf?
Where are you standing?
I think we're sitting at the counter.
Okay. And so you have your
He's off to my side, I guess. If I'm understanding
well,
the
if you're
layout
sitting
properly.
at the counter, he's directly behind you.
Oh,
So
that
I would like, if he's gonna ask that, I would like Z-Teach to be facing towards him, just like not staring at him, just looking at the room, but obviously watching to see what his reaction would be.
yeah.
So
Like with my back against the bar.
he's got a well, wait a minute, he's got a fork in his hand, and he's eating. You see him eating, and I don't guess you can see me eating. Let me stand. Here you go. He's eating, right?
Yeah.
And you hear werewolf. There's a pause, and then he keeps eating. But other than the small pause with his fork, there's no reaction.
What's the reaction from Eva?
She actually says, "What's that? I've never heard of one."
Oh. Huh.
You're not gonna tell her?
Yeah, it's a folk tale mostly, but I've heard from other lands that on the full moon, a person can turn into a giant wolf.
She kind of laughs a little bit, and she says, "I'm sorry to laugh. It was such a terrible evening. I was,
Yeah.
um, but that just seems absurd. I know that there's many odd things in our world now, but um, a man that turns into a wolf."
Oh, and
She shrugs and she says, "I don't know. Who's to say?"
by the way, that woman playing fiddle on the cliff, we found her last night.
You did?
And does he teach notice anything about the guy?
About the guy?
Nope.
About Marco? Since you're still looking at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope. No reaction.
Okay. Yeah, it turns out she was a ghost.
Yeah, still no reaction. And ghosts and werewolves, and she says, "I don't know what to think about what you're telling me. This all seems absurd."
That's
I don't
it's
know
about
what you're trying to tell me.
yeah, that's about how I feel about it too. Anyways, thank you for the delicious lunch.
Oh, well, thank you. We're so happy to take care of you. So,
Um,
so you go to the general store, you said?
well, I when I'm done eating, I will also turn around and face the other way, shoulder to shoulder as you teach, and say, "What do you think?"
It didn't seem. I mean, he seemed to pause briefly when you mentioned the werewolf, but other than that, he didn't react to anything else. I mean, it's not like he ran off. He was still eating his food.
I mean, the last thing I want to do is piss off a well-intentioned local magistrate of an area. But if this is his domain and he doesn't know what's happening under his nose, that seems to be a bad deal also. Um, What is Marco eating?
Whatever you guys had for lunch.
Okay, and is he drinking anything specific? Ale, beer,
Um,
port? I don't know.
yeah, no, no port, no
He's eating
nothing.
he's eating a bowl of port.
Yeah, he's eating a bowl of port. Sure, it's port, honest.
It's kind of
It's
like
just
Guinness.
really thick port.
You just
No,
eat
it's
it.
just whatever you guys eat. Yeah, he's having a beer.
Okay. I'm going to get a beer from Eva, and I'm going to go sit across from Marco and slide the beer over to him.
Now, when you say he's at a table pushed into a corner where there's 2 seats.
One on each side, right?
Well,
Oh, it's like into the corner, and
yeah,
so
there's
the
only
seats,
2 seats.
the
Yes,
seats are side by side.
kind of, yeah, right. Because
And
the table's a square and the table's in the corner.
Got it. So, is there another table nearby, like one off to what would be his right, where there would be
It'd be off to his left. The wall's
okay.
to his right.
Okay, sure. So off to the left, and it would be the back of the chair facing his table, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I will go over there and I will turn the chair and I will put the beer in front of him and I will say, I apologize for the intrusion. And I know it is customary around here to wait until you or your master approaches us. But I believe there is a problem in this town. And I am worried not just for you and your master, but for the citizens of the town and any visitors that come through. Might we be able to talk for a few minutes?
I'm not the count. You can talk with me.
Thank you.
I'm just his servant.
We have kind of gathered that the Count has been here for a very long time. The people here seem to love him. And I am afraid that there is a magical creature in the area that is killing people. 2 of my men so far. And I'm afraid there will be more.
I see.
Have you ever heard of a werewolf?
No.
So it is from the accounts I've heard, a magical creature that basically is a giant wolf, a person that turns into a giant wolf under the full moon. And it appears to be the cause of the death of our 2 men standing about a horse tall last evening.
There are such strange creatures in this world.
Indeed.
Maybe it was a rhino buffalo. I mean, that
claws.
seems more likely than some magical creature that changes from man to wolf.
Except that rhino buffaloes do not have the claws to do what.
By the
was
way,
done.
we forgot about somebody again, and I'm going to assume that he's in the stable with the horses, and you
Yes,
have
absolutely.
occasionally gone and fed him.
Correct. Even though he's not mine, Z-Teach.
Well, I didn't forget him.
He's purposely dead. Hey, what's up, Green Smash? Yeah,
I
so
feed Ralph often. I just don't talk about it.
so yeah, we'll see. I say a rhino buffalo could not possibly do the damage that was done to these men wearing very thick, tough armor.
Especially not an infant.
Okay, as you say.
And I prefer to call him not a rhino buffalo, but a ruffalo.
Mark Ruffalo. Is there a way that we can gain an audience with your master to discuss this? Because I fear more people will die tonight.
I think that can be arranged. If you would like, yes, why don't you join us? I will prepare a dinner. You can meet us at the manor at 7.
That would be very nice. Thank you for your hospitality and your courtesy in listening to our petition.
I will arrange this. I'm sure the Count will be amenable to your to this. Yes, I will arrange everything for you. 7 p.m.
Thank you very much, Marco. I am Morist, by the way, and this is Z-Teach.
Oh, I'm good to meet you. Good to meet you. I
And
look
you,
forward to seeing you this evening.
Thank you, and we'll let you finish your meal in peace. And I'll pat Z-Teach and make a motion for the door.
Okay. All right. Well, so what
And
are you
as
going to do at the general store?
Well, as we're walking to the general store, I turn to Z-Teach and say, totally a trap.
For the trap.
Yeah. Just wanted to see what they had. Like, do they have any cool stuff that I can buy, use? I don't know. What do they got?
It's got
We don't have to do this now. We can. take
well,
this
I can
offline.
tell you in a couple sentences. It's got stuff meant for people doing farming and people running other shops. I mean, it's got a little bit of clothing. It's got pots and pans. It's got it has some weapons and ammo. Most of it is SDC type stuff. That's a very, very small section. You know, maybe like 3 or 4 rifles and 4 or 5 pistols and some boxes of ammo. But otherwise it's got, you know, general store type stuff.
Okay.
Canned goods from the city. It's got, you know, coffee, teas, you know, but nothing, you know, nothing weird or magical or anything
Okay.
like that.
No problem. That's good. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. Well, it's 1:30. I think Chris and I need to go.
Yeah.
I bet you Daniel's turning into a pumpkin too.
A little bit,
Yes.
yeah.
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 Me too. So thanks everybody for watching. As always, if you'd like to support us, you can do so by clicking that subscribe button on Twitch, on YouTube. If you click the like, subscribe, make sure you hit the bell to be notified whenever we end up uploading new information, which is almost every single day of the week. And last but not least, you can head over to patreon.com/Gamersledge, where you can get your name on every single show that we do for as little as $1 a month, just like the fine folks scrolling across the screen right now. For Chris, Daniel, John, and myself, thanks for watching. And until next time, game on.
Game on.
Come on.
And we're clear.
Yay.